À plus.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to this session entitled Restoring Leadership for a Stronger Europe, to give Europe a new boost. It is high time to make some diagnoses, and it would be a good idea to discuss solutions. You may have noticed that in this edition, the 25th edition, the title of sessions has changed, but the topic is still the same. How can we beef up Europe's competitiveness and sovereignty? There are titles because we have to put titles. So we'll be talking about these topics and issues, but we are fortunate to get on a stage some prominent speakers, political leaders, the economists, the corporate leaders explain to us what we needed to reinforce Europe, to make the most of the single market, to strengthen our capacities in the field of defense and energy, in the field of technology, AI, to reposition Europe within the landscape of nations on a par with the United States. So we've heard many comments on that, but how should we go about that? We have political decision makers. They will explain to us how we will achieve these objectives. And to get started, the question that I would like to raise, how can we pool our resources? This morning, Patrick Pouyanné said very rightly, we need to recreate the European and still community projects that will mobilize people so that the Europeans can pool their resources in order to be stronger on the international stage. How can we recreate those common projects at a time when European discussions show that member states don't agree? They are fighting with one another in order to get state subsidies, industrial projects, to get the industrial projects in their countries rather than the neighboring countries. The states will tell you it's important to have a capitals union, a banking union. That's important, but when their banks merge, they have a different position. So how can we move a step forward in order to turn words into deeds? And how do we do that together at a time when each state is trying to be inward looking? And how do we do that with the support of the citizens and businesses at a time when the European elites would like to bolster Europe, but the European people are quite skeptical about Europe? So how do we go about that? How do we reconcile people? How the political decision makers fulfill their role to take the citizens on board? And if somebody can do that, the corporate leaders can't do that. Not the economists, but rather the politicians and the political decision makers, and they will explain to us how they would go about that. And I will stop there, Lucy. Thank you, Benoit. So, good afternoon to all of you. Thanks a lot for these preliminary observations. On this panel, we have high caliber people representing Europe. Pascal Donahue, you represent the western face of this panel. You are Irish. You are the chair of Eurogroup, so you bring together the ministers of the economy from all the Eurozone in order to coordinate the economic action of the area. Dalia, you are the former president of Lithuania. So you have very icy relations with Vladimir Putin. You are the Iron Lady of the Baltic state. This is what people have said. Renaud Muselier, You are on the southern part of Europe. You are at home here because you are the president of the PACA region, this very nice region. I will be talking about Europe, taking into account its local dimension. And Dimitar Kovačevský, you are on the eastern part of Europe. You are the former Prime Minister of North Macedonia. Just to tell you that North Macedonia doesn't belong to the EU, but is a candidate country, and it has been the case for the past 20 years, something that we'll be talking about. So we will ask you a very simple question. So according to you, what could be the project or the idea that will make it possible to give a new booster to Europe, to give a fillip to Europe? So Pascal, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. When I think of Provence, particularly before I began to visit Provence for this amazing festival, I always used to think of your great writer, Victor Hugo, who I believe grew up here and began his writing career near here. And when I think of his novels, I always used to think about how he would accurately describe moments of great economic change and what that means for workers and what that means for societies. And we are at one of those moments now for Europe. And when I think of the question here, restoring leadership for a stronger Europe, I want to think of another concept that Victor Hugo used to write about. And in his novels, he suggested that there were some forces and trends that were so powerful, it made it very difficult for individuals to decide their own futures because they got caught up in forces that were too big. And the reason why restoring leadership for a stronger Europe is so important is we need to take further actions to ensure that Europe can continue to decide its own future and that our citizens have the ability to make their own choices about their futures in a liberal democracy. So what are the practical actions for doing that? Let me talk about 3 decisions that are being made at the moment that move beyond theory, move beyond the call for action, into actions that ministers in the Eurogroup, across governments all over the European Union, are currently doing. As we speak, and particularly when we meet in Brussels on Monday, ministers will be making a decision about whether the euro should have a digital future, whether it should exist as a digital currency, so that it has the ability to protect your ability to spend money in economies that have become more digital and ensure that Europe has the ability to continue to influence its currency. Those decisions, and that decision is being taken at the moment. Secondly, we will be making decisions regarding whether the euro becomes a bigger currency. We will be making a final decision in the next few weeks regarding welcoming Bulgaria into the euro area after welcoming Croatia into the euro area. And as our currency becomes bigger, as economies pass the tests to join us, it will become a stronger currency, better able to protect our living standards. And then thirdly and finally, being willing to take actions in relation to how we can intervene in a different way to stop banks getting into difficulty and costing you money, to in turn make the difficulties that Benoit talked about regarding banks coming together less complex to do. And a decision was made on that 2 weeks ago, and when we meet in Brussels, we will be talking about how we implement that. So the reason why we need to restore our leadership for a stronger Europe in economic terms is so that we can better influence our own future. I believe a vital ingredient in that is how we continue to make the case for politics as a positive force, recognising the value of liberal democracy and making economic decisions through the people you elect. I believe the European Union is the best way of doing that, and at the heart of that is a successful and strong France. And the tone we need in debating and understanding these discussions and those decisions is exactly the kind of tone that is present here in this wonderful gathering. Thank you.
Merci Pascal. Déjà des annonces.
Thanks a lot, Pascal. Concrete actions for Europe. Dalia, what do you expect Europe to do in order to give a boost to Europe? So I represent the north of Europe.
Seeing you how it's hot for you, I imagine how hot it's supposed to be for me, but that's the challenge for all Europeans, not about climate, but about our self-confidence. To be stronger and to try to save liberal democracy in Europe. And it looks like that we are the last bastion around the world, liberal democracy. How much we can save, how much we can use it for efficiency and making Europe strong will become only based on political will of politicians and political will of civil society. So why I'm saying that what Europe lacks and lacked before, self-confidence, honor, and forget giving in and pleasing everybody around us. That's, I think, what is lacking. That's we need to drop and how we will make Europe strong.
Merci Dalia.
Thank you, Dalia. Renaud Muselier. So we've all established an appraisal of Europe. Europe was designed, it is a force to sort out the wounds of war, but we are following the history and we don't rule the world. So in our different countries, in our different democracies, we've seen in the European Parliament that the decision-making process is very slow. So we could talk about that at length. With democracy, you have different governments, different representations, but we are democrats and we are a collective power. But if you look at the European mechanisms, they are extremely complex. So we need people who are knowledgeable so that they can make some appraisals of the right decisions in order to get a good vision. I've read many things. I've seen many things. We've talked to many people. The Draghi report, and President Draghi has described the situation very well. We should be an industrial power. We should have a vision, a single diplomacy. There's a need to get a 800 billion euro plan in order to organize and structure the future of a continent. As part of the Draghi report, there are some political difficulties. The structural organization of Europe, the evolution of this continent through a structured and adapted system that is tailored to the different people. So Draghi has raised the right issues. So he's made some proposals in order to give a fillip to Europe. Of course, we can discuss all these issues, but Europe is facing its own contradictions. Europe has been dithering, and we are short of time, so we need to adopt the Draghi report and only the Draghi report. We will be talking about Draghi in the next hour. Dimitar.
Thank you very much for the invitation. This is really a great conference, and I really applaud to the organizers, to Mr. Lorenzi, who founded this conference. I will go straight to your question. Europe's future cannot be built on reactive mindset, and we have seen this for many years in the past. We cannot wait for the next crisis to discover our next purpose. but on the contrary, we need a proactive strategy in order to make a space for plural leadership to protect institutional integrity and to reaffirm the Europe's strength, which lies not into uniformity, but it lies into the shared moral and the strategic horizon. At this moment, the world, but as well Europe, is under global pressure, which reveals the internal clarity. And if we are brave enough, I'm talking about as Europeans, but as well as European Unionists, this, in light of the Russian aggression on Ukraine, and in light of the unpredictability of the Atlantic alliances or transatlantic alliances, it should not be seen only as a challenge, but it has to be seen also as a mirror. And these questions and these challenges ask us to ask the key question: what is Europe for? The EU must act less like a forum and more like a force, but not like a force in a meaning of militarization, but through assertive diplomacy, through economic leverage, and to principal alignment of its members and of the countries which are part of the European continent and are not part of the European Union. Because Europeans and Europe's strength is not in the institutions only, but it is in the people. It's in the scientists, it's in the students, it's in the builders, and it's in the dreamers. Let's not forget that European Union and Europe as a whole is more than 500 million people. A lot of talent, the most in the world. A lot of technology and a lot of innovation can be drawn from these people, which are more than 500 million. And that's why the cooperation in Europe must be rediscovered as a creative act and not as a bureaucratic ritual. We need to find new platforms and trust between the regions, between the generations, and between the sectors in order to allow Europe to innovate within. In this fragmented world, Europe must be the architect of the interdependence, as it has been 50 years ago, and not to become a victim of this. Let others, as they are doing, build walls, and Europe should build bridges to the neighbors, to the partners, to the democratic partners, with citizens, with countries, with other continents, in order to overcome the weaknesses, but in order to strengthen, but as well to strengthen the openness which Europe is always regarded for. And Europe was not built out of comfort. It was built out of crisis after the Second World War. And today, as we face the challenges of the new generation, again, we don't have the comfort, but we have the crisis which should reinvent the European Union.
On va en reparler au cours de cette heure de débat. Merci.
We'll be talking about that in the next hour. With Pascal Donoghue, we'll be talking about the economy on Monday. Next Monday, there will be an Eurogroup meeting, so I've got the same question. Europe had published many reports, great reports about the economic engine. The Draghi report mentioned by Mr. Muselier, the Letta report, the Noyer report. There are loads of reports, but nothing happens to a certain extent. I talked to an American, and he told me that when he visited France 20 years ago, he was saying that people were talking about the union of capitals. Why is it so slow? Why is the process so slow?
I think as we look at the slowness of our process, and I think that is a legitimate criticism, we should also recognise what those processes have also achieved over the last number of years. If I look at where Europe stands at the moment, we have never had more people at work in the European Union than there are today. Our economies are still growing on average, despite the fact we have the awful war and the people of Ukraine taking place beside us. And we have been very successful in reducing inflation, which if it had stayed at a higher level, would have had a terrible effect on our living standards and on our ability to grow again. So before I address your very fair critique of why we move slowly, I would respectfully argue that those processes have served us better in the last few years than they have served us at other points. So in terms of their slowness, yes, they do take time. There is a cost to that, but there's also a benefit. What is the cost? The cost is one of competitiveness, as other parts of the world have moved quicker, particularly in the aftermath of the global financial crisis, and how they strengthened their financial markets and banks in a way that was different to what we did here. But to end on a positive note, there is a strength. And that strength is a word that Dimitar used, the importance of predictability. So if you want to create a business in Europe, you can have reasonable confidence that it will be independently taxed, and you know how it will be taxed in the years ahead. If you want to be sure that if you set up a business here, that your employees, that your scientists will have their liberties, their intellectual property respected, that will happen here in Europe. And if you want to know how the big decisions will be made in a way that could influence your business and your investment, our processes may be slow, but they're also certain. And I believe that is an advantage as the world becomes more uncertain. And particularly for our scientists and our entrepreneurs, we can use that to our advantage in the time ahead. So your point is well made. We do need to move quicker, but let's not underestimate what we have done, and let's not forget the value of making decisions in a certain and clear way on the things that matter in our lives.
Et alors je reprends cette union des
So the Union of Capital Markets, when will this union be implemented? The Union of Capital Markets. Pascal. Yes, the Union of the Capital Markets. I talked about that with an American friend, when the Union of Capital Markets will be implemented.
The completion of something like the integration of capital markets. The financial markets in America are still integrating and evolving. They're certainly evolving, but we're not evolving quickly enough in Europe. So what are the steps that we can take that will accelerate it? The Commission have brought forward a series of proposals. The first proposal in relation to it, which is how we can help the balance sheets of our banks to achieve more lending and to support investment in different ways. We will have the ability to make progress on that in the next few weeks. But it's not all about what happens at a central level. It's also what can happen from a bottom-up level and from a national level. And at a national level, we need to do more to encourage and change financial literacy. We need to have better funded national pension systems to create the pools of capital that are then invested back into our own economic growth. And we need to encourage each other, particularly in economies like Ireland, to be open to different forms of investing in our future, apart from putting it into a bank account or buying a property. And that is also about education and about risk tolerance and appetite for risk. So we can do more at an overall EU level, but at a national level, we can do and make important differences as well.
Merci beaucoup.
Thanks a lot, Daya. So how can we give a boost to the EU? Defense is key. European countries should cooperate better in order to be more autonomous strategically vis-à-vis the United States, but we need to move beyond the national interests. Lots of European countries tend to be equipped from the US. They buy weapons from the US. You are asking for a genuine Lithuanian, genuine European defense. Isn't there a paradox?
To Americans, because we buy only about 20% of American equipment and the rest is European. But it's not even about that. It's about that we want stability, but today's world is predictably unpredictable, and mainly because our main partner, new Trump administration, is willing to be predictably unpredictable. They think it is very fine. And they're making world economy and world trade predictable and predictable. So from this point of view, we need to adapt not only our economy, but of course our security. And we no more anymore able to base our security only on one partner. As NATO, about 90% of military enforcement or force still is with Americans, especially on security of equipment, high technologies, and of course intelligence. But that's why decisions were made. Partial, good politically, but partially it is window dressing. The NATO recently decided to spend 5% for defense in 10 years. 3.5% for direct defense spending and 1.5% for infrastructure. Again, it is window dressing. In 10 years, Putin and Trump will not wait for 10 years. We need to be ready tomorrow, yesterday, and we are doing, especially on the eastern border. We're investing into our defense. Today, Baltic states already, and Poland, we have between 3.5% and 4%. And with direct, not just window dressing of 3.5%. And we also increasing our military forces, and we're investing in bike equipment, but not necessarily American, as I said. In our case, it is more German, French, because we have German and French troops as forward presence on our territory. But for Poles, it is a problem because they have mainly Americans. And here, after Ukrainian experience, we saw that Americans can shut equipment to be usable. That's a political problem, it's a military problem, and it is a problem of trust to the partners. But let's go also about how much defense is necessary from economic point of view and could be used as a stimulus. If we look to the proposals, which will come very soon, next week probably, from European Commission on new financial framework for 7 years, we see that there is 3 groups of investments embedded into European budget. It will be for competitiveness, for defense, and for digitalization. We talked about the currency to be digitalized. So that's necessity. European Union is going for these blocks of investments, and defense here as one of the important blocks could be used to increase and invest and improve our defense industry. For example, on our region, we already received Rheinmetall German investors to build some military equipment. The same we're doing with Ukrainians on our territory. We're building the drones together with Ukrainians because their technology on drones is the best now. They're changing the warfare every month. And here we need to learn a lot, including technologically, how fast we can adapt to the new realities of the war, and war is changing every month. So why the speed, the readiness to improvise and not to be afraid to take responsibility, that's what we need. Yes, we can debate about digitalization of euro. How long we can debate? So why we are talking about how fast liberal democracy, how fast federation or some union can make decisions. And here we are facing the wall of unanimity. We are in some kind of crisis of decision-making in unanimity. So before going further, before becoming stronger and willing to become stronger, we need also to solve the decision-making process and some kind of reform of how decisions are made in the European Union. It's not only about defense, it's about everything. We are stuck in discussions. We're stuck in losing the strong political will, while our partners in US or our non-partners but enemies in the East, are kicking our butts. And here we, again, what I said in the beginning, self-confidence and honor, not letting anybody to push us, not anybody to give us recommendations or rules how we need to live. We can do it ourselves. We're strong enough to do it ourselves.
Merci, Dalia.
Thank you, Dalia. It's a determined call to accelerate European defense. Renaud Muselier, let me remind you that you were a European Member of Parliament and Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. We often present Europe as a huge machine in Brussels, a big administrative machine that defines standards, but we know that on the ground, Europe promotes local actions that can change the life of companies and citizens. Can you tell us tangibly in your region of Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur what the most decisive European decisions were and what you're proud of? I'm proud to be from Provence, and I'm proud to be European. I'm Région, the South. I'm not just this region. Let's talk about Europe. Oh, I'm talking about my region also. I'm talking about the South. I talk French, I talk European. And in my different roles, in geopolitical or geostrategic decisions, I could play an important part. I see that the French did not know how to use the European resources that were available to them, especially for the regions, the territories. Why? Because you're right, there are too many standards, and within the European Parliament, when you set up your projects, the word recurrence, the recurring word is always simplification. When you say simplification to a European administrator, that actually makes things more complex. But we need to speak European, to present our projects in European language, be it as technical as it is, and it works. In our region, Provence-Côte d'Azur, we, in the same region, the same competencies, we have 300 million euros from the region, from Europe, at the service of our territories. So we're halfway through our project now. We're aiming at 10,000 billion. We're at 7,000 right now. So what's this money being used for? Tell us. We copied the functioning mode of the Germans to capture European funds within the European framework directives that are in place. Europe makes available to European regions, everyone here, a whole set of tools for the roads, for universities, for heritage, for schools, the sustainable development. There are a whole series of European measures that can track the political choices made by the European Parliament and the Commission, and these resources are made available to the territories that present an application. When you present an application, if you do it saying, I'm doing a great job and I want to be financed by Europe, that doesn't work. You need to be part of the European policy. You need to say, Europe has decided to save the small mountain villages where we have churches, so let's do projects to restructure those churches in our Alps. 300 million for that, for the region to do this project. I have the first green budget in Europe here. When you present an application at the European level, you must systematically and give key words: sustainable development, parity, work, direct environment. If you don't put those key words in your application, you are eliminated. And this is the reason, given how our region is so beautiful, we created this budget with taking into account the economy and the environment, and we're always eligible because of this. Within the framework of the Olympic Games, I was working on transport at the European Parliament, and we set up a system to ensure that we had trains that would leave from Spain and Italy with a direct link by TGV. And so we said, we have the first section between Marseille and Menton for 3.5 billion euros. We got 20% financing from Europe because we we were able to take advantage of these funds, and this will have a positive impact on our region. In Europe, you have to make sure your application is not just a very local one for a small part of France. Systematically, you have to be involved in international cooperation that brings together 2 or 3 countries in this development, which results in us being at a very high level. We're the #1 French region in terms of capturing European funds. Why? Because we have a very strong, structured team in Marseille, which is the headquarters of the region, and we have built a team that transforms a local application into a European-level application. We have a big team, about 10 people, who are specialized in transforming these applications, these files, into the capture of European funds in the calls for offers that come out that help us to function. Let me give you a very quick example. This weighs 7 billion euros. You're in the first row, madam. You can tell me stop. Stop. Europe Interreg. The circular economy. The beneficiaries, the South region, Marseille, for a project 1.2 million with 900. So Renaud Muselier is an extreme expert in the European funds. So if you're looking for European funds, just try to meet up with him this afternoon and he'll give you some advice. Dimitar, let's talk about a different topic, which is the widening of the European Union. Your country has been a candidate for integration for some 20 years now, and I'm going to maybe be a bit awkward here. There are lots of Europeans in this room that think that Europe at 27 nations is already very complicated. It's hard to reach compromises. Countries can use their right to veto. So we're not going very quickly, less quickly than China or the US. So what would be the interest of Europe in welcoming new countries such as yours?
I think that you gave the answer, the affirmative answer for enlarging the European Union in your question, even that it does not sound like that. First, the resilience and the security, which are the key words now, are not built in Brussels, and they are not built in Brussels alone. They are crafted locally, they are crafted in the cities, they are crafted in the border regions, as Madam President said, and they are crafted in the peripheries of Europe and peripheries of the European Union. And a redefined European project, as everybody is talking about this, must empower the edges and not only manage the center. And from this perspective, I think that my key message is that the European Union enlargement and the credible enlargement process for the Western Balkans, North Macedonia, and we are aware that the process already started for Ukraine and for Moldova, based on the decisions made in the European Council, is actually something which can rejuvenate the European project and the European unity inside. We are talking about integration of countries in the Western Balkans specifically and North Macedonia, countries which share the same values, peace, stability, democracy, and which have fully aligned the foreign policy with the European Union. Countries, as my country, which has done many hard decisions in terms of acquiring the European acquis, and we have already more than 50% of European legislation implemented in North Macedonia, as well as valid for the other countries. And I know that this is not an easy task, because this task has to be managed in light of the enlargement fatigue, which is present in the European Union, and as well the commitment fatigue, which can be visible in the candidate countries. The enlargement fatigue, as I see it, and as the literature defines, it comes out of several problems which arise in the European Union. Backsliding in democratic processes in some new members of the European Union. Migration, which is very easily and wisely used by the populists. But the migration cannot be connected with the enlargement, because you do not get in the European Union migration from the Western Balkans, you get from Asia and from Africa. And European Union is not enlarging there. But the biggest burden on stopping the illegal migration is happening on the peripheries in North Macedonia, it's happening in Serbia, and it's happening in Albania. So we are the ones which are actually managing this issue for whole European Union. On the other side, the commitment fatigue is, as you said, waiting for 20 years. You know, my country had to change the name of the country in order to solve a bilateral issue with Greece, in order to become member of NATO, and we are members of NATO, and to start the negotiation process with the European Union. And that's why I said we need credible process, which will not be burdened with bilateral issues with the member states, but will depend solely on the Copenhagen criteria, which I'm sure that North Macedonia and the majority of the countries in the Western Balkans for sure can implement very strongly in their countries. At the end of the day, if you see the enlargement from in the past 70 years, economic studies, and we are on an economic conference, are showing that without the enlargement, the European Union GDP would have been 1/5 smaller without the enlargement. Without the single market, full single market, the GDP in the European Union would have been 10% lower. So this means, let's say, we will not take France as an example, because I'm guest here, but if there was not European Union enlargement, in order to make the market almost $500 million, Luxembourg was going to have 2,200 euros less GDP per capita today. And then if we are comparing, because Mr. President is expert in funds, we can compare also whether there is a gap between the member countries and the candidate countries for the European Union. Yes, there is a gap. Because in the European Union, the cohesion funds from 2021 to 2027 for the countries which have lower than 90% of the European average GDP, the help for them from the cohesion funds is through 320 billion euros, which is 3,000 euros per capita. 21, 27. For the candidate countries from the Western Balkans, including Turkey, the support of the European Union through IPA funds is 14.2 billion euros, which is 140 euros per capita. And this is even increasing the gap. And that is why the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, with the Commission created a new growth plan for the Western Balkans, which growth plan should bring European Union closer to the Western Balkans and Western Balkans closer to the European Union. So there will be benefits even before the enlargement happens, which will be already available to the Western Balkans. So from October, the single European payment area will be available for the Western Balkans. And there will be no more additional payments in the banking transfers for our countries. And step by step, I'm sure that we can all finish the European project. Because when you see the borders of Europe, European Union has outer borders and it has inside borders in the Western Balkans. You don't need and we don't need these inside borders. Thank you.
Merci Dimitar, extrêmement convaincant.
Thank you, Dimitar. That was very convincing.
Dernière question avant d'ouvrir les questions.
I would like to ask a last question before we take questions from the room. Let's talk technology. This is the key to our future and competitiveness. There's a book that we talk a lot about in France called The Time of Predators. It was written by Jules Dorampoli, and he shows how France, rather Europe, is being completely overtaken by the GAFAs, like the Aztecs by the Spanish in the 16th century. Can we do something? Can any of you four think that we can take back our technological destiny back into our hands? Renaud Muselier or Pascal? I'm a politician. I think we have our destiny in hand. I do think we have our destiny in our hands already, Denis. It's not the administration that needs an evolution. It's a political will to ensure that we have the capacity with our engineers, with our schools, to ensure that we can be organized to make sure that that this happens. Europe was created based on the war and the continent, and for 70 years we organized peace, and we waited for our American friends to protect us, and we relied on their support. They're our historic allies. And at an institutional level, democratically speaking, the biggest system in the Western world. And now we're in a situation where we say we're in competition with everyone, and we must absolutely put our financial resources, our technicians, in play to work together. Of course, we inherited General de Gaulle's policy that gave us independence and a seat on the Security Council with our nuclear defense, etc. Our friends and neighbors did not have that ability at that time, but we have the capacity to act already, and we need to do it quickly. Hands are up, but Pascal Donohoe, perhaps you'd like to give your point of view.
Absolutely can. And if you want to know why we can, go into any of our European universities, see the quality of the students that are there, go into many of our schools across Europe, see the inventiveness and the spirit of young European women and men. So we absolutely can. It's more than a question now, unfortunately, of technology. It is about how our world will be shaped and how technology can use the world, technology can be used to shape that world. The 3 steps that we are taking already to deal with the gap is number 1, as was said earlier in our discussion, giving these issues greater focus in the budget of the European Union. Number 2, the steps that our universities are already taking to ensure that Europeans who are working elsewhere in the world want to come back to Europe to do their research here. And then number 3, carefully reassessing whether we have the right balance in place regarding protecting the privacy of the data we have here in Europe and using that data as the energy to fuel the development of artificial intelligence. Those 3 steps are happening, and every time I leave any university anywhere in Europe, I'm certain that we can not only close that gap, but get to a better place.
Merci, c'est plein d'espoir. Je vois.
That's a message full of hope. Thank you. There are lots of hands coming up. Do we have microphones? Go ahead. Hello. Today we're talking about the Draghi project. Then it says that Europe has to put 700 or 800 billion euros on the table to be competitive versus the US, China, Japan. But we know that some European brands, French brands, have gone under since then because they can't pay their social charges. What will Europe do to avoid that these French brands go under? We know that some brands are taking over the French market. If we think about clothing brands that have taken over France, in France we were at the head of fashion, and we're losing this today because France, it's impossible to make this in France. We can no longer be rivals to this. This is a debate, yes?
It's on at the moment. So at the moment, the customs code of the European Union has been reconsidered to deal with the issue of the amount of goods and parcels that are coming in here to Europe very, very cheaply, and making it very hard for fashion, for domestic manufacturers to compete. So that is happening at the moment to reassess how you can have a proper level playing field versus goods that are coming into France, coming into Ireland and elsewhere. It's happening now. And in terms of how we can find that money to close the gap that you've referred to, while continuing to support entrepreneurship, workers that we have. 2 things. It's how we make better use of the savings we already have in Europe and stop shipping them to other parts of the world. And secondly, it's year by year getting the balance right between public finances that are safe, but using more of those finances to invest in our future. And again, I think we are getting that balance better than we have at other points in our recent past. But on last few weeks ago in Brussels, your finance ministers discussed this very issue and made decisions to try to deal with it.
I will add a little bit. Let's not have illusions that European budget can solve all our problems, because European budget is only 1% of European GDP. 1%. The rest lies on national. So what European Union can do is regulations and protection of our markets, especially now in this trade war with China and US. We are at the risk that these cheap goods will be pulled into Europe. So here we need to have political will to protect our markets, and that's what European Union can do even more efficiently than just thinking about the budget.
Merci Dalia. On va prendre une
Je vais
dernière.
apporter la note française à la réponse parce que finalement,
I'm going to add the French note. There was a good answer for the protection of Europe. The difficulty in this story is that the choice that was made in the construction of Europe was European policy killed the textile industry in France because of strategic political choices that were made. We're in this situation now. What's remarkable and what our neighbors have said for the first time is that all of the Europeans that have responsibilities, we've all understood that we had to reindustrialize, be it metallurgy, textile, in other types of industry, nuclear. We've understood this now because we're constrained by external geopolitical forces, and it's this approach that is unanimously recognized by different European partners. Thank you. One last question before we conclude our debates. Rebuilding Europe, what a great idea. But who weakened Europe? Who weakened this great project? Those who sold us Europe based on the markets, on competition, and on the war of each against each other. It's the same politicians as 20 years ago, the same journalists, the same big companies, and the same are saying to us that we have too many standards. Should we not look at this on the opposite way and rebuild a Europe based on cooperation, social, fiscal, and environmental cooperation? And this, Monsieur Muselier, requires more standards than fewer standards. Anyone like to comment? If the question's for me, the reality is Europe brought us peace. That was the big European project. And we have this peace. Was everything perfect? Yes, everything worked until the difficulty of standards arrived, and that led to a geopolitical tipping point pushed by our own respective hesitations. So yes, we're working on the environment, and Europe is working on the environment in a significant way and is standardizing things while our neighbors have given up defending the environment. So we're creating standards that create problems for our companies. But I think we should do this to protect our environment. But it's the exact opposite in the United States and China, and we're not alone on this world. And that's not even mentioning India. We have geopolitical and market constraints that are real. So how can we reduce some of these standards while still controlling the situation? Thank you. So Benoit Curé is going to conclude our debate. 3 words of conclusion. I found it fantastic to have this European diversity on the stage. That changed from the French blah blah that we hear a lot, the Parisian blah blah. We brought diversity and the freshness of other European views to Aix-en-Provence. The debate was concrete. We talked about churches in the south. We talked about defense. We talked about the train between Menton and Marseille. We talked about the cost of customs for parcels that come from China. This impacts our daily life. We also talked about values. Why are we doing all of this? That is the question. Why do we want to strengthen Europe? Europe of the Treaty of Rome was to ensure peace on the continent. The Europe that we want to build now is to protect our values, to protect democracy that is suffering across the world, to protect our social model. This is why we're acting. You need to bear this in mind when you talk about the regulation of GAFAs. It's an economic problem. It's a problem with competition, but it's also to maintain the control of our democracy and our values. And that's what we're talking about today. We've talked 10 times about the Draghi report. He's here, and I invite you to stay to listen to Mario Draghi now. Thank you, Benoit. Thank you for these debates.
Je peux y aller?
This is a great honor to receive Mario Draghi, who personifies hope for a European awakening in a world of nationalistic shrinking. So hope for Europe that would wake up. Europe is a huge space between the Second World War and the 80s. The GDP per European per capita of Europe caught up with the US, but now we decline versus the US. And it's not just the GDP per capita in Europe, but the GDP. Basically, the rupture innovation, high-tech innovations are made in the States. In Europe, it's mainly incremental innovation in mid-tech. And now, how can Europe catch up? How can we be innovative? We have all the potentials. We have the researchers, the mathematicians, the engineers. How can we be innovative again while preserving what we hold dear, democracy and freedom? Democracy and freedom is no longer in the US. What it's dear to our heart is the social model. It's in Europe, not in the US, and what we want to preserve is the environment, a fight against climate change. Now, how can we become, again, be innovative, catch up with China and the US without renouncing what makes us truly European? So this is the question that Benoit and myself are going to ask to Mario Draghi. And with no further ado, I give the floor to Benoit. Thank you, Philippe. Thank you to Mario Draghi for being with us today. The Draghi report was mentioned about 933 times per day since yesterday, so it was about time to discuss it directly with the author. So Mario Draghi, thank you very much for your presence. And now start with a simple question. The report was published about less than a year ago, 10 months ago. What is your perception of the reactions to this report, especially by the European Commission and the Member States, following the publication of your report? Well, I think not much has taken place. We still have 2 months before the first anniversary and to draw conclusions from the report, but many of us consider that the reaction of the Commission and the Member States were fairly disappointing. Is this a feeling you share?
Well, thank you for this presentation. Thank all of you for this warm applause at the beginning. Also, I should thank you for having invited me here. I feel very, very honored by that. Also, one apology, I will not speak French. So I have to continue in English. Well, I think we should sort of take a middle road in judging the reactions to the Commission. Some things, I think the most important thing that will happen this year will be the Commission proposal on the 28th regime. That is key for freeing up the growth of SMEs, of small companies, and small innovative companies as well. I think that's what we really should watch in the coming months. Some things have been done in the realm of simplification, mostly on things that have to do with reporting on CSRD, on CBAM, on the EU taxonomy. Very little has been done on AI. The AI Act has to be changed in some parts, and so the GDPR, the General Data Protection, will have to be changed in some parts, but there isn't much progress, really. By the way, one good thing that has been done and should not be changed is the Digital Market Act, because that is actually the only thing we have to protect our industry in Europe, our small industry especially, from the big hyperscalers, the big US companies. So some things have been done. The gigafactories, for example, received an enormous amount of interest everywhere in Europe. I think more things will have to be done, and soon. The main problem I see at this point is the speed. Because the average time for adoption of an act, of a Commission act, is around 2 years, and the implementation is about 5 years, up to 5 years. And the last remark I would make is that very little has been done in the energy field. And let me say just one thing about that. There is a recent statement by Sam Altman, the founder and CEO of OpenAI, and he said that the cost of AI will eventually converge to the cost of energy. So either we are equipped for that, or we'll be stalling in the development of AI, which is definitely transformational.
Je vais poser la question suivante, c'est la relation entre l'élection de Trump et le rapport Draghi.
Between the election of Trump and the Draghi report, one way to look at things is to say that Trump will push the Draghi report. We say, okay, well, Europe has to deal with it itself, and we don't want to depend on the US. We have to wake up. The other one to say that Trump will make things harder by dividing Europeans. Well, sometimes I think, okay, Trump read the Draghi report, is worried because there is such a progress, you know, their head. So he's shooting he's shooting in the US university to reduce the gap. It could be a joke. Maybe he's applying the Draghi report by actually affecting the research potential of the US universities to attract. So how do you see the relationship between Trump and us?
Well, you see, it's both, really. Trump definitely spurred into action the European leaders on the defense. I think there's one thing that I have very much in mind is what happened in Germany from this viewpoint. Germany was a country where a politician who would be photographed near something military would lose votes instantly. It was a country that at the beginning of the war, the Russian war against Ukraine, there was a poll. And the question was, would you defend your country if it were to be attacked? 70% responded no. So in this country, Chancellor Merz announced the biggest ever investment in defense, also in infrastructure. We tend to forget that, but it's basically the biggest ever defense spending in defense. And for this purpose, he promoted the change in one of the pillars of fiscal policy for Germany, and ideally it was meant to be for all Europe. Now the other countries didn't follow that, but basically, and so the debt break. And he changed the constitution to this extent, and he enjoys a large cross-party support. So that's and he also said that Germany has to live up, something that was unsaid until now, that Germany has to live up to its responsibilities, that they will have to become a leader of Europe. And so it's all new things that have happened, but it's very important. So in this sense, Trump helped to spend more in defense. That's what he did, basically, because we would have to do it anyway, but it certainly shortened the time in which we could respond. But don't forget that Trump doesn't like the EU to be nice and loves Putin. So he's friend to all the people who think alike, people who hate Europe and love Putin. And in this sense, he's not helping the EU to put our minds together in order to give a unified response on many of the existential issues that are being discussed in the report.
La question suivante.
Now, the following question, to implement the Draghi report, shall it be all European countries together, but it may take a longer time, you know, we know there is, you know, the red tape and within the European Union, or shouldn't we adopt a sort of a coalition of the willing approach to say, okay, countries who wish to do so on certain topic, well, let's start it on defense, on energy, on AI, and then if you love me, follow me. So to have an approach to say, okay, let's go to the best proposal, not the, you know, the coalition of the willing. So how do you see this? Germany now is more dynamic. The UK is coming back to Europe. The countries are more motivated than others. How do you see this? Should we do it all together, or could we be coalitions of the willing?
Well, there are many reasons why the decision-making model of the EU is sort of at fault. But these reasons are not recent. It's been at fault for 20, 25, 30 years. The difference was that we didn't perceive at that time the absolute necessity to have a unified response on a variety of issues. So I would say now, first thing is assess some priorities that need a unified reform. If not all people follow, not all leaders follow, just move ahead with coalitions of the willing. I think the model started with defense will be easy, given the shortness of time, given the extent of the needs that have to be addressed. You need to respond. Now, whether it's 4 countries, 5 countries, or it's all 27 members, okay. But I think we should be open to, by the way, our treaty has various ways in which group of countries can act. One is called the enhanced cooperation, and another one is simply called intergovernmental treaties. But it's not completely, it has precedents. Take the case of Schengen, take the case of the euro. The euro is a coalition of the willing, in a sense.
I would like to come back to microeconomics. A large part of your report addresses the problem of regulation in Europe. This has been debated by all business managers here, you know, the excess of regulation in Europe in different domains, and the fact that the multiplication of regulations, local standards, and so on and so forth, is a form of obstacle to the integration of the single market, not just for goods, but also for services, even more for services than goods, actually. And therefore, your report, quite logically, suggests that we should go ignore this, well, go beyond this fragmentation to have new steps in the unification of such certain markets, such as the telcos, the telecoms. But now there is a question of political economy. Behind each regulation, there is you know, there are interests, you know, vested interests. So how do we go beyond those vested interests? What is the good method to have this regulatory bing bang without hitting these vested interests, often private, sometimes public, which motivated the existence of such regulations? What would be the political economy of the implementation of the Draghi report? That's my question, basically.
That's an easy question. Now, I would answer with 2 words. You need leadership, 3 words, actually. You need leadership. And so, in other words, is what could be a good case for leaders to actually take responsibility of this move? Since most of this regulation actually protects domestic constituencies. So one thing that came to mind was to look back at another historical moment in our history, which is the creation of the single market in 1986. And some of the conditions are strikingly similar. Growth had declined from 5% on average in the 70s to 2% in the 80s. Intra-Euro trade was basically stalling because the market for intermediate goods, which were the only ones covered by the by the common market regulation had saturated. And the US had enacted a series of restrictions on our exports, going from, say, in 75, the share of exports, of European exports covered by these restrictions was 8%, and 10 years later was 21%. So all these are similarities with today, and now I think we've got to accept that exports will not be the ultimate refuge, the valve of escape, because exports are now seriously hit by tariffs, by the depreciation of the dollar, and so on. So basically, I think that supplies the contour for a good case to take leadership. But you need that. If you don't have the sort of the confidence and the courage to cope with this, go against the vested interests of your country, I think nothing happens.
Mais on a des mauvaises expériences aussi, parce que tu as parlé de 1980.
You talked about 1986 and the amazing drive of the Single Act. Since then, we had the Bolkestein Directive, which wanted to liberalize services in Europe and which crashed against political disagreement in France. We talked about the Polish plumber, you know, will be invaded by Polish plumbers. That didn't work, so they were failures.
Yes, so indeed, you'll have resistances, but again, here, what happened in the defense space of 4 countries joining their efforts, I mean, could even become a model, or certainly it's an idea to which everybody will think about when they are frustrated by the fact that you can't build a unified response.
Je voulais...
Allow me to ask a macroeconomic question. It's a very sensitive area because I put the question to a former president of the central bank in Europe, but there's a macroeconomic dimension, and you delivered a speech in December in Paris at the CPR. You said that if Europe exports lots of capitals to the US, if European companies invest in the US, it's not because of the excess of standards and the lack of perspective in terms of yield in Europe. It's because there's an imbalance between savings and investment. Europe saves a lot, and if you look at investment and consumption, it's not enough. So there's a macroeconomic dimension to this issue. The macroeconomic policies, the budget policies, the fiscal policies, the monetary policies, should they accompany the implementation of the Draghi report?
Well, yes, I mean, I think one can answer this question even not having been a central banker before. But the point is that, again, let's go back in history, and we see that all this gigantic surplus that we built, actually, before the great financial crisis, wasn't there. Before, we had investment, some sort of decent level of public investment in infrastructure, and we had, most importantly, domestic consumption lower than the United States, but growing more or less like in the US. It's only after the great financial crisis when we begin the years of austerity, so-called austerity, for about 10 years. I mean, we still are in that frame of mind, as a matter of fact. That what happens? Well, we didn't remove the regulation within Europe, so there was no possibility of selling and producing your stuff in Europe. And so the only possible response was to increase exports. And basically that's what happened. Now things are changing. Exports are being hit, as I was saying before, but also people realize that not having invested in infrastructure, when I mean infrastructure, I mean education, physical infrastructure, research as well, the infrastructure of R&D and so on, not having invested now shows all its costs. So there is going to be a rotation, but the rotation will happen only, otherwise we have stagnation. This rotation will happen only if we remove many of the barriers to the single market. if we do decide to go ahead with public investment, and when we don't have the resources to do that, accept the fact that you may create common debt for common projects. I think that's the other important thing. And then, in a sense, the Savings and Investment Union, the Capital Market Union, will come last.
Je veux rebondir sur ce que vient de dire.
Allow me to echo what Benoit said. We had a kind of European software. The idea was to constrain the member countries with lots of regulations. It is said of Europe that we are a regulatory giant and a budget dwarf. 3% of deficit in terms of the GDP, and operating expenses were on a par with growth expenditure, something that we didn't respect. The competition policy, on behalf of the competition policy in Europe, the state incentives were not authorized, and we decided to focus on competition, but with European TAPA we can reconcile competition policy and industrial policy. We can borrow collectively. I remember the speech that you delivered at the Martin-Feinstein lecture, and you said that if the member countries are serious about managing their public finance, in exchange collectively we can get some borrowing capabilities in order to fund the big investments that we have to make. To a certain extent, we should modern our economic software, and we need to move away from these regulatory constraints and the fact that we are a fiscal dwarf.
Let me say two words, one about investment and the other one about competition. About the regulation, we've already touched upon this before. On investment, we have something, I can't remember exactly the number of how much state aid was spent last year, of which only 1% was spent in European common projects of interest. The EIB has estimated that if we were to coordinate this state aid for doing common projects, this could create 0.5 percentage point of productivity growth more. So there is a strong case for using state aid in a different way. Unfortunately, even recently, the state aid rules were relaxed to give subsidies to this industry or the other industry, everything on a nation scale, on a national scale. Here there are, again, two issues. One is you want to protect your constituencies in a sense, and you have objectively political problems that would come from the fact that certain sectors are not growing anymore. That is, but the other reason often quoted is the so-called geographic return. In other words, I spend state aid for my country. I cannot do state aid for another country, but then you never do common projects, and the common projects are often the only thing you can do to increase scale. The EIB again had a good idea on this. Why don't we decide about where to spend the state aid on the basis of efficiency, and then we give to all the participants equity in this project, so they could get the returns of these investments. This is one way out.
J'avais une question.
I'm sorry, I forgot about competition.
Oui, competition.
Non, mais c'est pas grave.
No, I forgot about competition. The competition rules, the report touches upon that, and basically the point is that competition rules rules or operating procedures have to be modified to accommodate for innovation. The idea, competition brings innovation, but now we are seeing a world where also scale brings innovation. So have to be sort of find the middle ground here, where you won't certainly create an environment that's conducive to innovation, and at the same time, you should not prevent scale only when it's conducive to innovation.
J'avais une question, Mario. On veut
A question. We want to be more innovative. Europe should innovate, disruptive technological innovation, but people in the profession said that we have to choose. If we are more innovative, we have to be socially less advanced. We have to choose between being more innovative and less protective, or more innovative and less inclusive. Do you think that we need to give up the social model in order to be more innovative, and can we become more innovative by beefing up our social model?
Well, the report rejects this reasoning. I remember at the beginning of the report when all my friends on the other side of the ocean were saying exactly the same thing. To grow, we have to reduce social protection, you have to backtrack on climate, and so on. So the report takes a different angle. It says we have some basic values: strong social welfare system, a fight to climate change, and we don't change that. So how can we grow and at the same time meet our fundamental values? And that's a strategy of this report. By the way, I seriously believe that to have a strong social welfare system is actually crucial in a time of profound transformation, technological transformation, because take the case of Sweden. Sweden has a blossoming innovation climate, and it's arguably probably one of the best from that viewpoint per number of inhabitants, clearly inhabitants. They have a strong social welfare model. That model addresses mobility, which is a key factor when you have big technological transformations. So that's the idea. Same thing with climate. So stop, huh?
No, don't worry. So, no.
The stop sign is not the right way, so just change it.
It's like the Maastricht Treaty. Exactement, c'est comme les règles budgétaires.
It's like the Maastricht Treaty. This is not in the right sense.
Tout simple, hein, on a face à nous et surtout pleine.
So room is full, young people, students. So what's your message to all those young people here in the room? What can you tell them, under this hot tent? What do you say to them?
What the report has done. By the way, incidentally, let me say 2 words about the report. The report is the mixed contribution of the services of the Commission, of the industry, but also of a variety of high-quality contributors, and I've been blessed with their help, really. And 2 of them are here, and Jean Tirole was another one, and so on, to mention just a few French names. So, going back to your question, the report has tried to indicate the road. Now, to continue on this line, I said before, you need leadership, but you also need the push of a generation that wants to stay in Europe, wants to be happy here, and wants to grow here. And that's you, the young people that are in this room. So the advice I have is fight, and hope. Thank you.
S'il vous plaît, pourriez-vous vous asseoir? S'il vous plaît.
Sit down, please. Second big time of the afternoon, among others, but following Mario Draghi, we have the opportunity to have with us the Minister of Economy and Finance. He's great because he's a great guy, because he's very busy, but like all the ministers of economy always came to X, so he accepted to come for a few. We'll have a 15-minute discussion. So give him a round of applause. Very few, 4 questions, which are very simple, of course. We'll ask him what he feels about the global European and French economic situation, and then we'll talk sovereignty and defense policy. Thank you, Jean-Hervé. Happy to be with you. You know, I've been appointed to the 23rd of December, and before that I used to prepare the Rencontres d'Aix and spend 3 days. You're very happy, and then we'll start again. So what's the global situation, and what do we see when, like me, when you come just before Trump reaching the White House? The world was like a courtyard where everybody is having fun with, people supervising, and 3 blocks come in, the 3 guys come there, don't observe the rules, they drop everything, they push kids, they hooligans, the predator world. But this is what's going on, and therefore in reality we are being attacked on all sides. We are attacked at the military level. Ukraine, it's been going on for 3 years. It impacts Europe, of course. We've been attacked on the industrial level by China, which wants to be the world industrial leader, and we are also attacked by the US. So often people say to me, but how come you're still pushed around? We are pushed around because we used to follow the rules of the game. Now we're in a world where the rules of the games are gone, and we adapt ourselves quickly. And if I can get to the question asked by Jean-Hervé, we have to restore a certain number of balances. On the military balance, it's quite difficult. Europe does its best to support Ukraine, the US as well, but it's not the topic today.
So, with a view to the US, United States of America, we need to strike a new balance. The balance is to refocus the debate on a smaller number of topics. The first meeting with Scott Bessent, he wanted us to get rid of the VAT, non-tariff barriers, all kinds of dedicated taxes, and that we would be subject to tariffs of 20%. We managed to negotiate certain subjects. I'll not go over the details, we don't have much time, but today we are down to the issue of tariffs, a pivotal question. I think on the other elements we managed to recover an acceptable playground, but on tariffs it should be finalized this year. We have a delegation in Washington right now. I hope we strike an agreement this weekend, otherwise Europe will have to make proof of much more vigor in its reply to restore the balance. And the third topic, which is connected, is that of China and our industry. And there I'm aware of taking the floor after Mario Draghi. We have to change the rules of the European games, because in the world as it is today, we need to protect our industry. We've done that by building custom barriers. Yes, Europe is building barriers. We did that with steel. We have to strengthen those barriers. We did that with the automobile industry. And of course, we got a result with the tariffs on cognac, but we have to do that on all our industrial segments. Otherwise, the Chinese policy that consists in each industrial segment to have the production capacity that goes beyond 50% of the world market will kill our industry. And if on top we have the U.S. with the custom barriers, then we're really in trouble. So we're in this at this moment of a total change in our tools, and this total change, we're convinced with the President of the Republic and the Prime Minister, we need to bring along our European friends in this movement. And we're lucky, sometimes we're lucky, the new German coalition with which we are very close, and we have a very close relationship. And just in 1 week I spent a full week in Berlin to find a political agenda that's as dynamic as possible with Lorsky Ball, who's the head of the SPD, Minister of Finance, and Katarina Reiche, who's the Minister of Economy and Industry. And we must in Europe support this transformation agenda. If we manage to do all this, if we achieve this, France and European society maintains its growth, and but you know, in the last months our growth was sort of like dropping. Unemployment is resisting, but it's urgent to re-establish this barrier, these protections. And the last point, it's absolutely critical to restore the economic balance here. We're at an historic moment, not because we're an ex, because last night, since yesterday, we borrow at a higher rate than Italy, simply because Italy made the readjustment and because we didn't do it in a credible fashion. So it's imperative that the 2026 budget, and sorry to talk about these topics in July while people are not really interested, but we have to restore this budgetary balance, because the debt charge is 65 billion. It will be 100 billion euros. So if we don't stabilize the debt, we will lose all sovereignty capacity. I think that was your next question. If we don't stabilize the debt, we will lose our capacity to invest and prepare the future. And so for this, we need to make a particular effort. It was done in history to stabilize our public spendings. We have 57% of public expenditures and spendings over the GDP. It's not sustainable. It's not. We can't. It's not by raising taxes that we can solve the problem. The Prime Minister will develop this on the 15th of July. I don't want to conclude here. I don't want to spend the 15 minutes on this, but all these questions are essential. There's no majority at the government. We don't have a majority, but it's a national interest topic to restore at the world, European, and national level. We work with all the parties. We're redoing what we did in January to have the law on finance adapted. With Émilie Montchanet, we are meeting with all the parties. We've started that. We will have seen all of them before the presentation of the 15th of July by the Prime Minister. There will be a mock-up presented by the Prime Minister. We'll continue our discussions in September, and I think that the urgency that we're faced with in the vital interest of the country to restore our public accounts should enable us to reach a global agreement, enabling us to really engage the restoration, the economic recovery, along with the energy and ecological items. So I don't want to be longer, but just wanted to sort of like go over all these topics in a nutshell. Yes, well, congratulations. And thank you for what you're doing, but maybe we could let me see how we can react over this. The commitments we took in terms of defense and the increase of spendings in defense, knowing that France is one of the 2 or 3 countries that are very talented in this sector. Is that positive? Can that be positive in terms of impact, that we have to rearm our economy in a world of predators? That's what I said, and we need to protect our sovereignty. And we see that our sovereignty is attacked on the industrial standpoint and military standpoint. I think I covered the industrial aspect with the industrial tools that we have in Europe, but we have to be reorganized on military aspects. What happened last week in The Hague is very important. The Americans, the U.S., explained clearly that the strategic uncertainties that were part of their approach, and that without the strategic uncertainty, which made us doubt that there's still a long with us in the West had pushed us to readjust our budgets and commit to increase our spendings in defense. So the U.S. reasserted their support to NATO, to Ukraine, and the strategic alliance with the U.S. Exists through the dialogue that we have all around the world. But despite all, we have the obligation to develop our own sovereignty. The Americans won't cover that for us, and there was a very important movement when the EU decided on its defense program. It was adopted unanimously, 27 states. So we have to be organized inside NATO to have an operational defense system, and chiefly in the rearmament that's very necessary to ensure peace. It must be dissuasive. We don't want to talk about strategy here, but we know that we see that the nuclear defense, deterrence that enables to protect France as a whole, it does not work with the wars that we see today in Ukraine or in Iran. Russia invaded Ukraine, and it stayed at the convention level. And what happened in Iran and Israel is more or less the same. So the conventional war is necessary. If we want to prevent that, we need to have the means to respond. And this changes totally our organization, our weapons, and our defense system, and should rely on our defense industry. I see the presidents and chairmen of people who are active in defense here. So all our companies have to be more European in their location and the equipment they provide to our defense forces. The Rafale and those countries who have the F-35, the weapons that are sold by the U.S., we can only use them if they agree. In terms of sovereignty, that's not. It's not up to par. So there's a lot of shifts, and changes we have to bring to reestablish our sovereignty in all fields. The good news is now there's a European awareness of all this, and I will conclude by talking about the COFIN meeting that was held in Warsaw. Two interesting things that were discussed there. First of all, we have reestablished a link with our historical partners that are no longer in Europe. Great Britain as one, and Norway. And like I told my British partner during the G20, in a difficult period, France and Great Britain are together again. It's reassuring, and we're tightening our relationships between Europeans. And our Polish counterpart, Polanski, said, yes, okay, we're in Warsaw, we're 280 kilometers from the Russian border. And everything's set. So we're in this new world that I consider positively. We're forced to take into account the new context. And if you have a last question? Yeah, a last question. You establish a link with Mario Draghi. Can we hope, notably as far as the financing of defense or on other topics, that we can have the same operation as we had in COVID, the mutualization of the debt, and a new way of dealing with such issues? Well, a careful answer here, prudent. There's a European program that's called FACE that will raise 150 billion euros to finance the armament of the defense in Europe. The debt in Europe and France is always a debt. I said that we want to stabilize the debt, so it's not necessarily a solution for us. But we'll have time to talk about the French effort in defense. But what I wanted to say in a more general fashion is that I find this environment as incredibly positive for Europe and for France. Why? Because all this is quite motivating. It will lead to investments, the development of our companies, our enterprises. And I see Europe in the world. We traveled a lot with the President of the Republic in the recent months, because the balance of our relationship and friendships in the world is changing. And all the countries, and not the three bad guys that I mentioned, they want to have better ties. So countries I visited, I went 3 times in Abu Dhabi, once in Singapore. They have a lot of savings. They say Europe is a place where we can invest, because if we look at things mirroring, in a mirror, we are states that respect law, that abide by the rule, that we're profoundly democratic. We're the first market in the world. Commercial, we're the place where an investor must invest if he's trying to figure out where he should invest his money in the world. And if we convince them, this is what those countries will do. And we hear this when we visit these countries, when we see that even Canada, which is geographically farther away, but they want to join us in our defense efforts. This will make us, will help us to make progress and to finalize the European project and implement the report that Mr. Draghi presented before. So we have to be positive. It's an optimistic message, and we will manage to the benefit of all. So we can give a big hand to the minister. It's great to hear such optimism and hear a lot of punch in his speech, and our minister really said a lot in 16 minutes. Thank you. Nearly everything. Thank you.
Bonjour, merci.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us for our next session here at the Rencontre économique d'Aix-en-Provence. This session is focusing on a theme which is going to be very interesting. I've got stuck in with this subject as soon as I found out that I was going to be moderator for this session with all of the specialists before us. The title of the session is How Autonomous is Latin America in the Face of the USA? I want to start with a sentence that Donald Trump said when he came into power. He said, "We don't need them, they need us." That was his answer to a Brazilian journalist who was asking him to define the framework for his Latin America policy. So to what extent can Latin America move beyond the US influence? What role can Latin America play in the various trade wars that have been started by Mr. Donald Trump? We're going to try to find answers to these questions with the specialists who are in front of us, and I want to start by introducing to you, just next to me, Erika Muniz, who is president of the Atlantic Council at the LATAM Center. Then next to her we have Sergio Alcocer, who is a professor at the National Autonomous University of Mexico. He is formerly of the Mexican Council on Foreign Relations. We have Jose Sarkis, who is the Brazilian ambassador to the international organizations in Paris. We also have with us Ricardo Hausmann, who is founder and director of Harvard's Growth Lab. And good afternoon, and thank you for being here, to José Manuel Salazar-Zirnac, who is the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. This session, this discussion, will be coordinated by Arantxa González-Laya. Thank you very much for being with her. Arantxa González-Laya is a former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain and currently Dean of the Paris School of International Affairs at Sciences Po in Paris. I'm going to ask you to frame the discussion we're going to hear today. Thank you very much, David. We're going to move beyond Europe. We're going to take a trip to Latin America in order to understand the challenges that Latin America has to face in dealing with relating to its North American cousin, its North American relation in the USA. We're going to talk about the opportunities, the challenges, but also some potential ways forwards for the continent. Donald Trump's arrival in the White House has obviously caused a certain amount of agitation in the Latin American continent. There have been tariffs even for the countries that already had trade accords with the USA. There's been the refoulement of migrants to countries, even countries that don't comply with human rights. There's an obsession with pushing China out of Latin America. There's been support for far-right or libertarian parties on the part of the US government. There have been some territorial claims, the claims over the Panama Canal, for example. So Donald Trump's arrival has brought a lot of volatility and instability at a time where the continent was calming down after the significant crisis caused by the COVID pandemic. This volatility has a negative impact on the investment appeal and the finance needs for the continent. So what responses can we find for the Latin American continent? First of all, we need to be very lucid and note the power asymmetry, in particular with regard to the smaller countries and the countries that are closer to the USA. The ability to respond to USA actions is limited for these countries. We also need to say that Latin America is not a homogeneous whole. There's a lot of diversity in Central America. You have Mexico, which has a lot of interdependence with the USA. The Central American countries are very well integrated, but then you have the South American continent, which is very diverse. So I think we need to understand some of the micro issues rather than imagining macro-level issues. We need tailor-made responses for each country. And so what should be the responses for countries of the region? In the region, just as for us in Europe, competitiveness and productivity is improving. We need to have economies that are more capable for generating endogenous growth that requires dealing with the informal sector, incorporating women in the labour market, and dealing with issues of criminality, which are very present in some of the continent's economies. There are also significant opportunities in the way that value chains and production chains are being reconfigured around the world. This opportunity particularly presents itself for countries that have commodities and raw materials that are necessary for the green transition and digital transition. So one pathway is about competitiveness. A second pathway is around regional integration. The Latin American region is the region where there is the lowest level of intra-regional trade is lowest, about 15% in Latin America and around 70% in Europe, 50% in Asia. So there is a lot of potential in regional integration. Undoubtedly in Latin America, as in Europe, region will need to turn to other countries and other regions in order to build alliances. There is an alliance on the table between the European Union and the Mercosur bloc. I'm very aware of the sensitivity of this issue in France, but I do believe that at a time like this, where Latin America and Europe are both trying to diversify and find new geopolitical alliances, it would be a potential solution ahead of us. David, we've got a lot of things to discuss, I think. I'm going to hand the floor back to you to take us further. Thank you very much. We have a very broad subject to talk about, so I'm going to first of all hand the floor to José Manuel Salazar Zirina. What should the position of Latin America be faced with the Trump administration, and more broadly, what position should Latin America take in the new geopolitical reality?
Hello? Yes, okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very, very much, and it's a great pleasure and honor to be with these distinguished panelists, and some of them very close friends. Look, the question is, can Latin America be autonomous from the US? I mean, that was a version that was put to us. If I had to give a yes or no answer, I would say no. But that in a world that would be simple. Actually, the world is complicated. We have all the geopolitics, so fortunately, we don't have to go for a simple answer like that. And the interesting thing is the analysis. And I want to give you, making honor to the title of this conference, which is Les Chocs de Réalité, the reality shocks, give you some reality checks with some numbers. The first numbers are relative to geopolitics or geoeconomics. The first one is that the basic structure of the world economy has changed tremendously since the year 2000. So in the first 25 years of this century, the share of China in world GDP tripled from 6% in 2000 to 18%. This in purchasing power parity, you can measure it in money, present money terms, is a bit different. The share of emerging and developing Asia more than doubled from 15 to 33%. The share of the United States was reduced 6 points from 21 to 15%. The share of the European Union was reduced 7 points from 22 to 15%. And by the way, the share of Latin America shrunk from 9 to 7. So clearly, the distribution of the productive capabilities and in the world economy is now very different from 25 years ago. Europe and the United States are today 15%, China is 18%. A similar change, and there's no time to give you the figures, if you look through the lens of trade statistics. And of course, behind GDP shares and trade shares, there is productive capacities, there is technology, there is industrial potential. China has become a technological powerhouse. Now, these production, trade, and technological changes are very important because they provide the basis to argue that in an ideal world, and I stress in an ideal world, The recommendation for Latin America would be, don't take sides. Just do business with everybody, Make the most of the opportunities, reduce the risks, deal with China and see what China can give you, deal with Europe. And of course, this is win-win. There's a lot of things that Europe can gain, and in fact, in practice, gains from dealings with Latin America. But of course, we don't live in an ideal world, and we have the geopolitics in front of us. So, the other second reality check is that the interdependence of Latin American countries with the United States and also with China and Europe not only has changed in the last quarter century, but is very diverse by countries. There are multiple channels, and I'd like to give you a few figures just on 4 of these channels, which are trade, investment, remittances, and migration. In terms of trade, you can, being simple, divide Latin America in 3 groups. The first group is Mexico on its own. Mexico has 80 or more than 80% of its exports going to the United States. Then you have a second group, which is Central America and the Caribbean, and there the countries are between 30 and 60% of exports going to the United States. That's one league. You go to South America, and the picture is very different. With the exception of Colombia, that has 32% of exports going to the United States, and another country, all the other countries have less than 18% of exports going to the United States, and you have Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay that export less than 10%. So it's a very different kind of relationship. China has displaced the United States as South America's top trading partner. The exports of Latin America to the United States as a share of total exports decreased from 59 in 2000 to 43 today. And imports from the US as a share of total imports decreased from 50 to 30. In the same period, however, the exports of Latin America and Caribbean going to China increased 14 times, from 1 in 2000 to 14% today. And the proportion of imports from China in total imports has grown to 2 to 20. So this means that the exposure also of Latin American and Caribbean countries to tariffs or sanctions or anything from the United States is very different. So it's very asymmetrical. In terms of investment, the picture is very different. The United States continues to be the leading foreign direct investment origin into the region by a wide margin. The figures we have at ECLAC is that 38% of foreign direct investment flows, almost 40%, in 2024 last year came from the United States, compared to 15% from the European Union. And the flows from China are much less than that. Remittances, this is another major channel of interdependence or mutual dependence, I would say. They account, remittances, for more than 15% on average in several countries in Latin America. For instance, 27% of the GDP in Nicaragua. This is what the remittances of Nicaraguans to Nicaragua represent. 26% in Honduras, 24% in El Salvador, 20% in Guatemala, Jamaica, and Haiti. And again, the difference with South America is enormous, because the remittances represent, on average, less than 1% of the GDP of South America, partly because the numbers are not so large, partly because the GDP of South America is more larger than those of Central American countries. Finally, migration. According to UN estimates, there are 48 million people from Latin America and the Caribbean that live outside their countries, and half of them live in the United States. So, despite all the very intense anti-immigration stance in the current US administration and its deportation campaign, there is hardly a scenario where there are not millions of families living in the United States that are connected to millions of families living in Latin America and the Caribbean. So, in conclusion, and I haven't talked, for instance, about the financial channel, which is, I'm sure Ricardo later is going to talk about that. So, the interdependence and the mutual dependence between Latin America countries and Caribbean countries and the United States through these 4 channels is very extensive, is very dense, and also is very asymmetrical. Of course, the United States has a lot of powers and very strong levers to influence decisions in Latin American countries. So any idea of autonomy or decoupling of Latin American countries from the United States, I don't see very feasible. It could be different. Now, all this is, I don't want to be an economic determinist, all this is the economics. Of course, there's the politics, and the politics is different. It's not the same, the kind of stance that you can take if you are Brazil or if you are Argentina, for instance, than the kind of stance that if you are, a Costa Rica or El Salvador.
Ok. On va peut-être demander une petite réaction très rapide à chacun d'entre vous.
Let's ask a quick response from everyone about what's just been said. Would you draw the same conclusions or different conclusions? Erika Muñoz.
I disagree because I don't understand what the perspective is. All countries around the world are interdependent with one another. That doesn't mean that you can't stand on your ground. I'm assuming the question when you ask whether you're autonomous or not, especially small states, is the question, can you stand on your ground, case in point, Panama or any other? And if the answer implied is no, I strongly disagree with that. I think small states, for the most part, have leverage. They just need to know to identify it and when to use it. This is not to engage in constant Twitter battles, etc., but I think it's a larger point and a very pessimistic one if that is the answer.
Sergio Alcocer.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Monsieur Lorenzi, Monsieur Pusibet for the invitation to the Mexican Council on Foreign Relations to be with you. And I think it's very difficult because Latin America and the Caribbean is a very heterogeneous region. So you cannot have only one answer for everything. And for Mexico, and I can speak for Mexico, of course, the interdependency with the US is huge. So we cannot say that we could be autonomous, and in that regard, I sympathize with what has been done. But that may not be the truth for other countries. And the solution for one country is not the same for other countries. But of course, the United States had a very heavy weight within Latin America. And one thing that is very important is if you ask the people in Latin America, through the Latino Barometer, who is a poll that is conducted every 3 years, people in Latin America would like to have a relation much closer to the US than to China. I don't know if that has changed now that Donald Trump is in power, but 2 years ago actually, people preferred to have a relation with the US than in China.
Mr. Sarkis, do you agree? Do you agree with that? Est-ce qu'on peut dire que les...
Do you agree with that? Should we say that every country needs a tailor-made solution in order to deal with the dependency of the United States?
Consideration national circumstances, especially in international relations, when it comes to trade, to environment, energy transition, sustainable development, and so on and so forth. What I would say is that Latin America has always faced the reality if we compare to Europe in relative terms. This crisis we are facing today, this shock coming from the reality, I think has been building there for a while. Let's not forget that trade to GDP globally has been stagnant since 2008. So since then, it's hard to say trade has been the same source of economic growth as it was previously. So what I also wanted to say is that despite responses being national, applied to every specific national circumstances, the more you trade with your neighbor, the more you promote regional integration, the more you create in terms of opportunities and perspectives for trade, economic partnership, investments, and financial flows.
Monsieur Haussmann, je vais vous donner la parole en faisant intervenir un autre acteur.
Mr. Haussmann, I'm going to give you the floor and ask you to talk about another actor. We're talking about China as an arbitrator in some of the economic wars. What are the links between Latin America and China? Is Latin America a collateral victim of the trade war started by Donald Trump? Thank you very much for this question.
Make a point that what we are observing here, and I fully agree with the numbers on Latin America, but what we are witnessing right now is a different experiment. We thought that there were trade rules and that the worst you can do is get most favored nation treatment. But right now, the US is engaging in a one-by-one negotiation, weaponizing, if you want, any leverage they have on you. So the question is, if you are put in a situation where they're going to weaponize any leverage they have on you, what is your response? Obviously, the first response is that you want to diversify your risk as much as possible. The US, put in Biden's time the idea that we needed to de-risk from China. Well, now we need to de-risk from the US. Now, what are the limits to that de-risking? I would say that Latin American states face two kinds. First of all, I mean, in the trade, it's an open question. If you export oil, Brazil exports oil to the US, or it doesn't matter too much to Brazil if it goes to the US, if it goes to a third country. So that leverage is not that significant. The bulk of South America produces minerals and proteins, and those all go to China. So the US can do whatever, but it's not going to sever the trade relationship between South America and China. It's just that it is a natural relation. That's where the complementarity is. The problem arises in two topics. The first one is that many Latin American countries have very weak fiscal numbers, and they depend on IMF support or IMF blessing for them to maintain access to capital markets, for them not to have a debt crisis. And the IMF right now, even though its Director General is always a European, is an institution where you have to be in very good terms with the US Treasury. If you want IMF money, you have to be in good terms with the US Treasury. So that's one dependence. And it's one dependence that the Europeans have allowed to happen. So it's the defense of multilateralism would have to come by a greater independence of the IMF from the US Treasury. That's one element. And the second element that makes them dependent, and we don't know on exactly whom, is the fact that many Latin American states are being contested by large, well-armed criminal organizations. There's kind of like an ongoing battle between the state and internationally connected criminal organizations. It's happening in Venezuela, in Colombia, in Mexico, in Ecuador, in Bolivia. It's across the region. So there is one group of countries that would like to have an international support in their fight against criminal organizations. And there's another group of countries that think that the international support is too complicated, that they can consolidate power by making alliances with the criminal organizations. So right now we have Venezuela is in an alliance with its own criminal organizations as a way to consolidate the regime against others that would favor things like democracy and human rights. You see that tendency happening in Colombia, where the president right now is trying to consolidate power by allying himself with criminal organizations. That's sort of like the dynamic right now in Bolivia. But you have countries like Ecuador that are not right now in a frontline battle with the criminal organizations that need support. So if you look at this question, say, from Ecuador, you would say, I need IMF money, I need support to battle the criminal groups. That's my dependence, that's what I need to find support for. And that, I think, opens up a very interesting role if Europe wanted to help Latin America de-risk from the US.
Monsieur Salazar-Xirinache, est-ce que vous avez, vous, quelque chose à dire, un petit commentaire à faire sur ce qui vient d'être dit?
Do you have a comment on what's just been said?
Thank you very much. Yes, I'd like to react. Well, look, I don't want to be misunderstood. When I say no, I said, it was like a provocation at the beginning and basically an invitation to be sophisticated in the analysis, which is what everyone that has spoken, has said. And I think in this sophistication, actually the answer is no Latin American country can be independent, neither of the United States, autonomous, or China, or Europe. we are very deeply interconnected. That was my message. We are, we're all interdependent and mutually dependent. So I think that's why this is a call to pragmatism, really. And I think this is what we should be. Now in the new geopolitics, also, I must say, Latin America has a lot of assets that the world is interested in, and that we have to, as a Latin American country, make the most of it. We have water, we have biodiversity, we have strategic minerals. There are countries that have the largest reserves of lithium in the world. So for the decarbonization of the world, and this is something Ricardo has stressed and written a lot about, and we also at ECLAC, there's a huge demand for this. But it's not only that. There is oceans, there is tourism. So there is a lot of good business, quality business that will actually bring growth and quality jobs to Latin America. So that's a big part of the conversation, economic diplomacy and scientific diplomacy that Latin America should have with the other countries. The problem, but that's another thing, I know I must finish, but is that you have to deal with these things, hopefully, and ideally, in a world where countries respect rules and respect certain rules of the game, which is not quite happening now.
Well, I just wanted to stress that maybe one of the three main problems in Latin America are inequalities, security, and migration. And they were problems that were not related to one each other many years ago. Now they are totally intertwined. So when you talk about migration, there is security involved, and there's an inequality behind it. And when you ask yourselves, being here a European, French person, what can I do to support a change in Latin America? And I think this is very important because we have been striving in Latin America to be much closer to the European Union, not because we want to de-risk from the US, because we think that we have some Western values of those that we share with you. We think that you promote and respect the human rights and defend the human rights, which is critical in many countries in Latin America. We also think that climate change and the energy transition are also critical for a country and for a region like mine. So that's why it's so important to have the European Union voice vis-a-vis Latin America. And so in some sessions before, there was a lady that was asking, what can we do for the energy transition? So I will challenge you, what can you do to help us in Latin America to change the populism in which we live, in which we don't have a reality check every single time we change the rules, as it had been said. We are becoming more autocratic in the region, and we have these incredible inequalities in the region. I think having a voice from the European Union and from France, of course, being l'égalité, fraternité, etc., of course, it will make a lot of sense for us to hear that voice quite often.
Erika Mouines, est-ce que vous avez quelque chose à ajouter là-dessus?
Oui.
Do you have anything to add? Wait.
Perspective, Sergio's point, and that's rather than having Europeans come out and help Latin Americans because we need the help, think of us as strategic partners because we have the wealth. We have resources, as it was mentioned here, minerals you can go on, but you're thinking about biodiversity, that's also there. Oil was mentioned here. So I think migration specifically gave us a bad rep. And now, every time the conversation is drawn and is talked about Latin America, people think of they need money, they need support, they need aid. And yes, we have problems, structural problems, as it was discussed here, like organized crime, etc. But there is also a lot of opportunity, untapped opportunity for Europeans.
On va parler justement de l'Europe avec vous.
We're going to talk about Europe with you, José Sarkis. What should we think of the relationship between Latin America and Europe? Is there a front that could be imagined to curb the attacks by the US? And how should we consider the relationships between the EU and the Mercosur? Thank you, excellent question. My answer would be clear, yes. Latin America
has big potential. We have done a lot, but we still need to do much more. The reality, the way I see, is one in which there is a weakening of multilateralism. And these two regions, they share similar values: democracy, governance, transparency, accountability, human rights, multilateral stance, a conviction that multilateral institutions are important. Beyond that, the reality that I see is one in which there is fragmentation, there is somehow deglobalization, but interdependence remains an important part of the structure. And we see a multipolar order being reviewed step by step, even if in contradictory terms. G20, in a way, revealed that. The BRICS is also revealing that development of a multipolar order. Of course, with that, there is the weakening of multilateralism, and hopefully Latin America, the EU, Mercosur, would be important multipolar forces in revigorating multilateralism. The way forward, the way I see it, is by greater integration between these two regions, based on the shared principles, on the shared view of multilateral institutions, and beyond that, many complementarities. Latin America has abundance of water, land, biodiversity, resources to bioeconomy, sustainable and renewable sources of energy. Brazil, for instance, has 90% of its electricity generation based on renewable sources. Latin America, 60%. This is the region that has the highest share of renewables in its energy matrix, in electricity generation. Europe is lagging behind, despite all the efforts Europe is doing in terms of renewables. So there is potential for greater partnership in clean manufacturing. And there is also the reality of economic data. China is becoming more and more an important partner, for sure, in Mexico and Central America for a long while. It's also becoming an important partner, the most important partner in trade terms to Mercosur, to South America. But still, Europe remains a key economic partner. It has the highest share of FDI stock in Brazil. It generates jobs in Brazil. It trains engineers. Brazilian companies and European companies, French, Spanish, German, Italians, they do a lot of partnerships, and partnership in engineering, in infrastructure. And this is the agenda ahead of us.
Petite réaction, Ricardo Haussmann.
Quick reaction, Ricardo Haussmann, on what was said. Do you think that multilateralism, the European style, would work with all the countries of Latin America? Well, I think that, first of all, there are two things I would like to say. En anglais, in English.
Multilateralism, global multilateralism, I think, is one topic. But that implies multilateralism with the non-democracies. And what I see weakened is the democratic bloc. So we need leadership in consolidating democracies and in helping recover democracies, right? I see, for example, Brazil is very much in love with BRICS, and BRICS starts with a B, which is for Brazil, but it includes Russia, and it includes China, which are not exactly democracies. And right next to Brazil is Venezuela, but Brazil has not been overly enthusiastic about the defense of Venezuelan democracy, right? If anything, you might say that it has been helpful to Maduro, a Brazilian foreign affairs strategy. So I would want to see a strong democratic pole, and I think that Europe can naturally lead that democratic pole. And so that's my concern there. I wanted to say something to agree with Sarkis. We have energy resources, green renewable energy resources. Let me say why this is strategic for Europe. And I think this is a point that Europe has, I don't think that it has been made enough in Europe. The oil era was an era in which transporting energy was incredibly cheap. If a barrel of oil costs $70 in Saudi Arabia, it will cost $72 in Rotterdam. But that meant that if you had an energy-intensive industry, the fact that you were energy poor didn't matter. You could just bring in the energy. In a green world, that's not going to be the case, because green energy is ridiculously expensive to move. So instead of sending the energy to where the industries are, you'll have to relocate the industries where the green energy is. And if you don't do that, you'll just lose those energies, those industries. So I think that one strategic element to save as many jobs as possible in Europe is to put the most energy-intensive parts of industry near green resources, and those happen to be in Latin America. That's what's strategic for Europe.
On va accélérer un petit peu parce qu'il reste moins de 20 minutes pour aborder.
We have to speed up now because we have less than 20 minutes to cover other topics that are very important. I'll turn to Sergio Alcocer to ask him, what are the issues related to custom policies and the control of migrations? How did the return of Donald Trump change things in terms of inequality, security, safety, and migration flows? What should we understand by this change?
The migration issue between Mexico and the U.S. has been historically complex. And during the Second World War, Mexican immigration was significant because of the loss of workforce that was needed in the U.S. to just to have the crops growing. And then in the 1960s, in the Kennedy administration, when the rules were changed in order to prohibit certain populations to go into the U.S., then that became, that immigration that was sort of legal and was a circle immigration became illegal. Since then, the relation related to Mexico and immigration has been very complex. Just last year, we have 1.4 million people at the border between Mexico and the U.S. from 177 countries. 177 countries. Not only Mexicans, not only Guatemalans or Hondurans or Salvadorians. We have people from Ukraine, from Haiti, from many places. So the immigration issue is always a problem in the relations between the U.S. and certainly with President Donald Trump is one of those issues. It's one of the central policies. And I understand that for a country to decide how this country wants to have its population being composed, it makes sense to control immigration. But the thing is, one of the, I would say, schizophrenic things within the U.S. is that the large majority of minorities in the U.S. are from Hispanic origin. There are about 60 million people from Hispanic origin in the U.S. Just 30 million people from Mexican origin, from first, second, and third generation. Right now, there are sort of 11 million people in the U.S., half of them without documents. Illegal for the U.S., we call it undocumented immigration. So it's a huge phenomenon that the Republican Party doesn't want to recognize, that is changing the demography in the U.S. It will change the color of the skin of the people that actually go to a baseball game. Not only the WASPs that we were used to, well, now we will see other colors of the skins like Hispanics. And I think this is the kind of cultural shift that is occurring within the U.S. And of course, Donald Trump represents the pushback against the immigration. That's why he's against immigration. Certainly, he has achieved a tremendous reduction in immigration in the past just few months because of his stance on immigration. But I wonder if that could be maintained. Of course, they approved the one big, incredible and beautiful bill and what have you. And certainly, we have humongous amount of resources to build the wall, to have a much larger border patrol and so forth. However, there is an intertwining in terms of immigration related to the jobs that are needed in the U.S. You go to the U.S. and then you want someone to work in manufacturing. There is no American that wants to work in manufacturing. There is no American that wants to work in the service area. So that's why people like Mexicans or other origins are willing to work in those areas. So in this immigration, just blinding or trying to close their eyes to what is needed within the country by just closing the borders, I don't think it's going to work. But I think time will tell.
Je vois que M. Salazar-Xirinac approuve ce que vous venez de dire. Un peu.
I think you approve what you say. A quick comment on what was said. What do you think of the migration policy held by Donald Trump today?
Fully agree. No, look, I mean, this was one of the 4 channels that I mentioned, in terms of interdependence, mutual dependence. I think what has been said, there's an additional element, there's demographic change. There are statistics that also the fertility rates of Hispanics in the United States are higher than the fertility rates of US citizens. So actually, not just because of new flows that are going to be unstoppable, but because of the natural growth, demographic growth of the population, there's going to be a huge change in the balance of the United States. And that's going to affect, the culture. And ultimately I think good news in the future. But I want to say, one aspect, now that I have the word, if I may, or you're going to have another round of questions?
30 seconds.
Very quickly, because in our basic diagnosis of Latin America and the Caribbean, we see the region in 3 development traps. And the first trap is a low capacity to grow, which is really a tragedy. Let me just give a couple of figures. In the decade between 2014 and 2023, the average growth of Latin America was only 0.9%. This was less than the 2% average growth of the famous lost decade of the 80s. So we are saying Latin America already lost a second decade. And the question is, are we going to lose a third decade? So everything that we have been talking about, doing business with China, with Europe, with the United States, and not because of aid. This is not an argument for help me, no. This is an argument for let's be partners, let's do business, let's be smart. Ricardo was very eloquent in saying what the competitiveness of Latin American and Caribbean countries can be, in the area of, bringing factories, attracting investment. And if you go through medical devices, pharmaceutical industry, we have in ECLAC identified 15 dynamizing sectors that could be a wealth of opportunities. And this is what we need to talk about.
Je voudrais me tourner vers Monsieur Sarkis parce que.
I'd like to turn to Mr. Sarkis. We don't see Brazil, a country you come from, as a country of emigration. How do you, what do you think about this, the policies held by Trump today?
Brazil has been, for a long while in its history, a very much open country, open economy to migrants. I myself, I'm grandchildren of Lebanese who went to Brazil to build their lives, and successfully, as many immigrants. We are in a difficult moment in which countries are reacting in a very protectionist way. And I think this is the response to the stagnant trade to GDP ratios that we have seen since 2008. As I said earlier, there are opportunities, and as Ricardo said on his speech for Europe to be strategic, I would say both Latin America and Europe, Mercosur and the European Union have to be strategic, based on their shared values. I think they can build platforms for integration, people-to-people exchanges, including migration, based on trade, more trade between themselves, more investments, more in terms of generation of jobs, and a contribution to sustainable development, clean production, and good chains, economic change, and with that, pushing forward their values internationally as we build a multipolar and rebuild the multilateral order.
Alors, je voudrais redonner la parole à Erika Mouines pour lui poser la question de savoir de quels outils dispose les plus petits pays, parce que
What tools do the smaller countries have? We said Latin America is a region that's very heterogeneous, but the smaller countries, what tools do they have available to resist to international pressure, notably those coming from the U.S.? The pressure.
The outlook looks bleak for smaller nations, but I am of a positive view, and as I mentioned earlier, see, we can be a collateral damage in between fights of giants. I think that's the wrong approach. But that implies choosing sides. We shouldn't be looking for sides. We should be looking for issues. That's a completely different perspective. That means that when you go with an agenda, right now, most countries are getting there as goalkeepers. How do I block? How do I protect so I don't get 2 goals? And I think that's strategically wrong. You're gonna get damaged no matter what. You need to come up with an agenda, a quiet one. And again, I can't stress enough, in diplomacy, you become efficient if you understand the context. Here is a battle where if you're trying to outsmart the headline or the Twitter battle, you're going to lose. But that's not what you need, right? We're not looking for a headline. We're not looking for a specific tweet. We're looking for specific gains. Small states have critical strategic assets. They need to find them, identify and catalog, this is what I have, and decide what is it that you want to push forward. So when you sit at the table, you're not playing goalkeeper, but rather you have strategic gains that you want and what you're able to give. And the standing on your ground, what is sort of like the red line that you're not going to cross, is absolutely crucial. Sovereignty for any country should not be something that you're deciding or that another country, and it is surreal that in 2025 we're still thinking about these ideas. That's not something for anybody to have on the table. And for each country to stand on their ground, and then, you know, just like in a sport, when you're looking to beat another team, you team up with others. You figure out what is the strategy, how can I think of, for instance, Canada's approach on the T-bills and what did they do gaining support from other markets. That's an example of how you see this interaction that is doable. Is it easy? Absolutely not. Obviously, it's not easy, and I think we've highlighted here enough some of the imbalances and clearly the dependence that has been historic. But, you know, like when we were talking, for instance, on growth and how we have been stagnant and sort of what we've missed out on generations, I am a huge, huge proponent of AI for Latin America. I bet that in this audience, not many know that just behind US and India is Latin America as the biggest user. And when we think about, for instance, education, we were never going to catch up if we kept with the same curriculum. But now AI has given us this amazing tool to go out to the highlands where there is no connection, no broadband, and still deliver education, and so on. So I end by saying, and we mentioned this coming here, that AI is giving us tools that, for instance, smaller states that are investing heavy amounts on lobbying firms because they want to get an advantage with the US or the Trump administration, they're losing their money. This is not an administration that is going to give you an advantage by millions of dollars spent on Washington. If there's something that we can pick up positive, and we should recognize it as such, is that there is no game of lobbying, there is no fake agenda. I think he is direct in what he wants, and it is up to the other states to decide, do I give it or not?
Et je vais donner le mot de la fin à Arantxa González, qui a...
Final words to Arantxa González, who opened this roundtable and concluded. What have you retained from everything that was said during this discussion in 1 hour? Well, 2 messages, first of all. In a world of interdependency, not of independency, interdependencies, there are levers, and we have to know how to use them and use them in a smart way, in a pragmatic way. The second message I take away I think it's an important message, given where we are, is that while Europe is lost and looking for itself, there are a lot of countries in the world who are waiting for Europe. In the defense of democracy, in the fight against organized crime, waiting for Europe to move on the defense of multilateralism, for example, and for the construction of solid alliances with others. And so at this time where Europe is concerned by itself, it should keep some energy to develop alliances, notably with Latin America. Thank you very much, David. Thank you. Thank you all for taking part in this discussion, and I hope that it will have given you some fuel for thought. Thank you for being with us and paying such good attention.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this controversy, Changing Taxation to Change Society. I'm Pierre Boyer. I'm a professor of economy And we're lucky to have two very well-recognized speakers here through their experience and their functions will help us ask this burning question. Emmanuel Vargon, since 2022, you've been the president of the Energy Regulation Commission. It's called La Creux, and it is important for the proper regulation of the electricity and gas markets. And you've been on the front line to protect consumers during the last energy crisis. You were Secretary of State for Ecological and Solidarity Transition, and you were Minister for Housing also. Pascal Demurger, you've been the Director General of the Maïf Insurance Company. Maïf has been a mission-based company, and you're also intervening in the public debate as co-president of the Mouvement Impact France that federates companies, entrepreneurs, and managers of committed companies, engaged companies, for a more respectful future. So must we change taxation to change society? If taxation is a key element in the structuring of the state, the acceptance of tax paying by inhabitants is key to this. The French citizen does not feel very good about the taxation system in France, is quite upset about the rates. So it has to be more effective, more acceptable for citizens. What role can taxation play to accompany societal and ecological transitions? How can we manage taxation autonomy? So a first question for our two speakers. What is your opinion on the current state of taxation in our country? Thank you. I'm going to try to use my experience as a Secretary of State during the Grand Débat, the public consulting process, to talk about this question. Taxation is accepted under a certain number of conditions. The first is that the French citizens feel that everyone is contributing. It's the question of the way in which the contributions are distributed. Is each category contributing at the right level of equality, equity, the question of tax niches, management of taxation, taxation on French people who are the wealthiest. This is an important question in terms of acceptability. The second question is, do we know what our taxes are being used for? And on this topic, we can ask real questions. There's a paradox. We see a high level of taxation and public spending and public services that are expressing difficulty, schools, justice, health. And so the response to acceptability and the willingness to contribute is based on the quality of public service. And I'd like to conclude with this experiment of the Grand Débat National, the great public conversation. There was a book of people's complaints, and I co-animated that event with the government. And in this debate with the population, a lot of people talked about public expenses and taxation, and these two questions came back. And we had partly answered, but they'd never really been passed on after this Grand Débat. Firstly, we talked about public service. We have to maintain local public services. And so we need public services everywhere in the territory to respond to this need for access to public service. Then secondly, there was an activity premium redistribution for those who are working to answer the question to make sure that work pays off and that people who are paying their taxes get some return on this. So we have to come back to these main fundamental questions to get a real consent to paying taxes. Thank you for those first. So this is quite a vast question for France. In the last 2 days, I've listened to a lot of different speakers, and I see that on this question, company managers are really proactive and determined. But I have the feeling are being stopped by a certain immobilism on the behalf of our government. And this is not a moment for us to be immobile. We have essential needs, almost existential needs. Third point, There is an economic emergency right now, economic urgency. We're seeing a lot of industrial sectors just crumbling, and everyone has in mind the textile industry. And this is something that we could cry about in France. We no longer have a textile industry in France. 30,000 jobs have disappeared in just a couple of decades. And of course, we could give a number of examples. This is due to the aggressive nature of the United States and China, who are going to be attacking the European market even more strongly now. And this is without even addressing the question of public deficit and debt levels. It's an economic emergency that everyone recognizes, an ecological emergency that is also increasingly present. There are a certain number of things that have gone backwards. We've taken backward steps in terms of measures in France, in Europe. Let's not even get on the topic of the United States. We've seen this recently where people have stopped wanting to invest in renewable energies. They're allowing the use of pesticides that were to be banned. The Green Deal, all of these directives that had been built to accelerate the green transition, extra financial reporting, this famous CSRD directive, the duty to vigilance. And when we're challenging this duty for vigilance, it just surprises me. This directive takes on a real topic on green transition at the same time. Defense of the European areas, because it would protect us from non-European companies, and this is beyond any reasoning. And Agnès Binyache published an interview in Le Monde yesterday saying, yes, in the first quarter of 2025, France had moved backwards. Our carbon emissions in the first quarter of 2025 are the same as 2024, but at the same time, China published record results on the reduction of their emissions. So ecological and social emergencies, and I agree with you, Emmanuel, in a society where there's an implicit preference for the generation of an income from investment rather than income from work. So for the average average citizen, 2/3 have savings that were the result of their work, and only 1/3 from any inheritance. And today we're in the opposite proportion. In more than some 50 years, this means that we have not progressed, but we've actually gone backwards. We've regressed. Today, for someone who's joining the employment market, there's no longer the prospects that our parents had, the ability to change their social condition through work. Work no longer allows that. And that's obviously very serious at a societal level, with the risks that you talked about and the underlying risk, an intergenerational clash. A generation that is coming up will realize that the conditions in which it will evolve are going to be less easy than what their parents went through. Yes, you can applaud. If we look at the details now, can taxation change society? Is it a miracle instrument to change behaviors of households and companies? And I'll hand the floor back to you, Pascal. No, it's not a miracle instrument. It's just an instrument amongst others. It can be powerful if we use it properly. I started by saying that politicians are frozen today, and they shouldn't be afraid. They shouldn't be immobile. And given the three emergencies, economic, ecological, and societal, I think that fiscal policy can be a real answer, not the only answer, but it can be an effective answer to these three emergencies. If we look at them in order, dealing with the economic urgency, what happened in January 2025, the election of Donald Trump to the White House completely tipped the way we're looking at globalization today, at international trade. The World Trade Organization rules have been blown out of the water, and we're considering now that opening without any protection is not the only answer, particularly to economic problems in Europe. So I think that taxation has to help on the economic level. It has to help protect the European continent and, of course, protect our own country. What does this mean? It means measured actions, not going into Trumpian delirium of all kinds of crazy tariffs on trade without any economic logic behind that. But we have methods, MACF, which is the carbon tax on the borders, and this is only applied to a few raw materials that we must generalize to all finished products. What does this consist in? It consists in saying that European industries are subject to a certain number of environmental standards. That means that they must invest in the depollution of their production. When you import products that are made outside of Europe, obviously the same rules must apply. And to apply these rules, there's a compensation mechanism to ensure that we're dealing with a fair situation in the terms of the trade. We can talk about targeted customs duties on electric vehicles from China. We could talk about other mechanisms. Earlier, I talked about the extraterritorial nature of standards. Standards on ecological transition must be applied to industries that are not in Europe when they want to sell on the European market. So that meets the economic urgency. I think we need to change our mindset. We need to go from the Treaty of Rome to a New Deal and consider the question of economic sovereignty. On the ecological level, clearly, the subject of protection that I spoke about answers this question about ecological transition, but beyond that, it goes beyond taxation, but we stay in the field of public finance. Beyond that, we have to think about the conditionality of public aid.
Local authorities in Europe where very high amounts are paid to the whole of the economy without any conditioning, so subsidies in an undifferentiated fashion. So the companies who perceive these subsidies do real efforts in terms of investments in for the ecological transition, or they don't do it. And it's the same thing on environmental and social clauses on public tenders without, why not, European preference. So we'll go back on instruments. So maybe Emmanuel Vargon, you want to comment on that? I'm not talking on the same plane as Pascal. On taxation, I think we have to be very careful, very prudent as a taxation to foster change of behaviors. Taxation, fostering change of behaviors is another way of talking about the signal price. In other words, taxation has to, let's say, orient towards such and such an action. So a big question here is not to go wrong here. We shouldn't use a negative signal, highly restrictive signal, without having solutions. And it's exactly what happened to us during the Yellow Jacket crisis, where the carbon tax was rose, and the reaction was, okay, but how can I change my car? How do I go from thermal engine or combustion engine? I don't have a lot of means to buy an electric car, which a few years ago cost a lot. Luckily, prices went down since then. So taxation can act in the signal price if the information is there and at the right scale. So we need industrial solutions, innovation, enterprises to develop these new this new offer, and an ecosystem to support these new solutions. It could be regulatory, it can be as a former minister of the Minister of Housing, we had created la Prime Rénov for the rehabilitation of housing, changed the law, and I hope it will be restabilized. So we have accompanying. Before it was a tax credit on your income tax, and so the income tax is paid only by half of the households, and this tax credit was used by half of the people who paid income tax. So roughly half of the money went to the 20% of the richest. So it was an anti-redistribution approach. Part of the state budget targeted 20% of the richer. And so we turned it into a direct subsidy with more money for those who had the least. And backed on the signal price on gas, signal price on boilers, we really need to have made the change possible. And that's, for me, is a very important learning. We mustn't give the impression to the French people that they're placed in front of a contradictory injunction. You can't do that, but work it out by yourselves to do something else. We have to make sure the solutions are there, sufficiently developed, well distributed over the territory, organized, and then we can use the signal price tool. Thank you. Last question before we go for the Q&A. Where should we start to change society? Can you think of practical solutions? Changing society in 3 minutes. Okay. Share diagnosis, discuss, talk, listen to people, understand, start from the actual needs, start from the territories, local communities, start imposing things top down and discuss locally. Thank you, Pascal. I share that. Absolutely. There's an issue here of the maturity of our democracy, in fact. Let's take a topic we addressed that I'd like to go back on, which is pivotal, in my opinion, is how the taxation weighs on work, on labor in France. Figures were published in Antoine Fouché's book. I recommend reading this book. An average salary of 2,300 euros is taxed with all the local charges and income at a rate of 46%. The taxation for dividends, for example, 35%, I think, actually. And retirement for 14%, and for inheritance, there's another figure. So there's a debate on how we want to share this load. There are solutions that exist. We know the Parliament voted the Zuckman tax on the highest revenues, over 100 million euros. And there are projects on the social VAT and other topics. But anyway, it should, contrary to what happened with the discussion on the retirement plan, it should open up a very broad debate, because it's highly structuring for society. So thank you for this transition. So we need to talk and debate. Thank you for being there. Raise your hand if you have questions. Thank you. Don't hesitate. So we have a question here. Microphones, please, in the room. So first question here. And the second there. So introduce yourself, please. Quick question. Thank you. Hello. I'm an engineer in the field of energy. So I know all about these issues, but I'm surprised by the level of the measures taken in terms of taxation and legislation, the present government. And I studied the evolution of the number of millionaires in France over the last few years, and I'm really surprised that there'd be such a leap when compared to the demographic evolution. So my question is there really a political will, moral intention to impose those who earn the most to ensure a better distribution, or is it sort of like a closed circle, which has its hand on the power, and you know, they talk about immigration and they blur the question. So another question may eventually we'll take a series of questions. Yes, sir, in the front. Then, yes, madam. I manage 35 employees, and I wanted to know, don't you think that the French state is delegating too many things? How can is it up to the state to, you know, I'm thinking about collecting the income tax at the source or the payment of a mobility premium, so the rate is always changing. So why it's up to the employers to take care of public transport, for example, or to collect taxes. It should be up to the state. Otherwise, we continue and say that we have to pay for the school. It would be up to the employer to manage all the public spendings. And two questions, maybe a quick answer. Who wants to start? Manuel? Well, the first question, I think we have a question of a social pact with a view to the emergence of a small percentage of people and families who've seen their revenue explode. So Pascal was talking about the share of work and the savings or the capital, but during the same time the discrepancies, the gap grew, and so their participation for the wealthier, participation in the effort is a real question. I don't know if it's in the political debate. I think we're not specialists of this taxation debate, but I think as a social debate, something that has to be put on the table because it's a precondition for the cohesion of society. The second question, where does the state stop? In France, we live in a paradox. The minute we have a problem, the first thing everybody does is turn to the state and say, what are you doing? Why is that not solved? Why doesn't the state do something here? So I think that if we talk about what model we want, we have a peaceful debate on how far the state should go, or the local authorities, public authorities. And it's a French reflex to go to the public authorities every time there's a problem. In other countries, it's just not the case. So Pascal, yes, I fully agree with Emmanuel on the question of social acceptance of taxation and the topic of inequalities. I remember in 1989, mid-old, okay, but a big strike in Peugeot and Sochaux, because the Canard Enchaîné, the newspaper, published the pay slip of Jacques Calvet, the CEO of Peugeot. We saw that Jacques Calvet was earning 15 minimum wages. Today, the average of CEOs, of heads of the major group, were closer to something like 150 or 200 times the minimum wage, and sometimes a lot more. So, of course, it's a very limited number of people. Financially, it's not a major issue, but socially, politically, it's a major topic. It's a major issue, and the explosion of inequalities is much smaller than the actual patrimony or wealth. With taxation of the higher incomes, the tax rate is it's 50% for the average of the French people, and we must be at something like 20 or 21% for the wealthiest, for the highest incomes, because there are some tax shelters and what have you that are which make the risk of a lack of acceptancy of taxation. It increases the risk. So thank you. Unfortunately, we can't take more questions. even though there are some hands raised, and sorry, there's this lady in the back with the microphone. So don't hesitate to come to the stage if you have questions. So thank you to both speakers. No. Thank you, Emmanuel Dargon and Pascal Demurger. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Have a good end of conference to all.
Bonjour à tous et bienvenue dans...
Hello, everyone, and thank you to this amphitheater for one of the last sessions of the Rencontre Économique. Last but not least, you're going to see it's a great session waiting for us with an interesting title, restoring the power of long-term thinking when everything is pushing us in the modern world to act in an immediate and urgent manner. How can we give time to time, and how is this a challenge for our society, for investors, for company directors, as well as for politicians? So in a moment, I'll introduce my speakers, but I'm going to ask Benoît Cœuré, who is a member of the Cercle des Économistes, to introduce this panel discussion. Thank you, Brigitte. Good evening, everyone. The first few rows are quite empty. They're reserved. So it means that we only have a motivated and a high-quality audience, and we'll see this during the discussion that we have with you. I think that this session is particularly interesting because in the last 2 days we've talked about a lot of public policy challenges around competitiveness of Europe, the sovereignty of Europe, and questions of resilience and energy transition, technological transition, artificial intelligence. Many things were said about what we should be doing, but we have to recognize that very little was said on how we can do all of this, even if there were panel discussion with politicians who explained how they consider the implementation of these objectives. We had a conversation with Mario Draghi, who enlightened us on this topic. But there's a fundamental question that goes through this whole reflection on the implementation and the political feasibility of reforms that can reinforce the French and European economy. It's the question of time periods. And there's a paradox here, quite a surprising one. We have a multiplication of stakes that require long-term thinking, the most obvious being climate transition, which is a profound change with decarbonization and also for adaptation. This is a profound change in our economy and our societies, which requires us to work in the long term. We also have limits and constraints to finance these reforms. So the tension between the reforms for climate change and competitiveness of companies, which also requires a good dosage of timing of the implementation of the reforms. This morning, I was struck listening to the CEO of Total. We talked about decarbonization and the objectives that they have, and he said 2050 is a bit too fast. And you have to take him seriously. He said, for me, as an industrialist, 2050 is too soon. And if you ask me to do this for 2050, it's going to eat into my competitiveness. So there's tension there. And facing that, there are also forces that cause us to think in the very short term, political constraints that are not new, that are there. Governments have a 5-year plan sometimes, and sometimes less. And that's also a strong constraint. The financial markets that ask for immediate results, the mark-to-market and the valuation of portfolio, etc. So all of this pushes us to very short-term thinking. So the question that we're going to ask to the panel is, how do we manage these contradictory forces between the needs of the long term and the needs of the short term? The former Secretary General of the United Nations said, to choose the correct path, you can't look where you're going to take the next step, you have to look at the horizon. And I found that a great quote for this, to motivate this discussion, and I'll stop there. Thank you, Benoît, for this introduction. I'm going to present our panel members. Jean-Paul Juliat, hello. Director General of the BRED, which is the Banque Populaire. Philip Mills, the head of SFIL, hello. A public bank for development of the territories and export. Andrew Bailey, hello, Governor of the Bank of England. Jacob van Weizsäcker, State Minister of Finance for Saarland in Germany. And Ignacy Niemiecki, Secretary of State in the Chancellery of the First Minister of Poland, the Prime Minister of Poland. So thank you all for being here for this roundtable discussion. We'll start with you, Jean-Paul Julia, if you agree. In order to prepare this panel discussion, you said the long term is a key for success. It's necessary for you, but also for your clients. Can you say why and what this involves? Hello, everyone. I also think that the long term is the key to success. Since the start of time, no matter what you want to do, a project needs time to grow, to develop. It could be building a castle, a cathedral, a church. All of it takes time. Nothing that is beautiful can be done if we don't have the right time to allocate to it. In order to build a success, we need to roll out a strategy. Mechanically, to roll out your strategy, you need time. And the interest of time is that it allows you to have phases. You can have intermediate objectives. You can have successes, breaks, failures also. And time allows you, once you've clarified your objective, to find the resources to succeed. And you reach your objective when you apply the right means or resources. Benoit, you said the notion of time is also a cultural question. When you said that the CEO of Total said 2050, when I was at the World Bank, I was doing 5-year strategic reports when the Chinese were calculating over 100 years. So how do you consider the long term? I am convinced that time allows success. And bankers, I'm lucky to manage a bank. As bankers, we participate in giving people time. When you manage a Banque Populaire like I do, my customers are my shareholders, so I don't depend on the market. I'm a cooperative bank, so I benefit from this long term. And because I benefit from the long term, I can get my clients to also benefit. All of my clients need time in order to succeed. And the power of the profession of banking, we don't often explain what a banker does, but the power of the banker is managing different time periods. If, Benoit, you want to set up an energy transition company, probably you're going to need time to make it profitable. And Philippe will have savings that he wants to recover in a few months. So as a banker, my challenge is to manage different time frames and to succeed in giving depth to those who want to achieve their plan, and sometimes with difficulties. When you're a cooperative bank, you don't have time constraints, really, because the obsession of a cooperative bank is to support your customers, and the difficulty as the manager is how to understand the long term. It's very difficult. I don't know if this is universal, but I think there's a recipe with 3 components. Firstly, it's a type of personal discipline. How can I free up time to think, to structure my reasoning? It's a discipline for the structure that you're in. You must benefit from the differences, the varieties, the nuances. We're lucky to work internationally. When you're in Fiji, you're obliged to integrate the question of climate change because the rising waters concern us directly. But when you're a banker, you have different stakeholders, different customers, so you have to enrich yourself from these differences in order to understand. And then there's a last element, and I think this is true for everyone. What are the fundamental challenges ahead of us? Obviously, climate change, artificial intelligence, political changes, economic changes. So how can we organize ourselves to succeed with our thinking and to understand, to intuitively understand the time for the future? Thank you, Jean-Paul Julia. Philippe Mills, with this field, you intrinsically think in the long term, and you'll explain why, and why it's important for the local authorities. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's still very hot, and you could probably be in more comfortable places. So thank you for spending this time with us during this debate, which is an important one. So this fil, why intrinsically do we think of the long term? We think of the long term because we're a public bank. We're not listed on the stock market. We have the main stake shareholder who is the Caisse de dépôt, and we finance investments of our customers who often have timeframes that are long or very long. The investments of local authorities, of municipalities, of public hospitals, or major export contracts. So we're obliged to think in these time periods. They can go up to 40-year loans, and on average, our loans go beyond 20 years. So we're obliged to think this way. Now, perhaps we think this way, but maybe it's not completely effective. Jean-Paul already said very interesting and exact things. I think that there are 4 things we need to check when we want to think in the long term. The first point is, do you understand your customer? Even if you're financing them for a single project, do you understand the totality of who this customer is? And the specialized nature of our bank, we have 3 fields of action that I've already explained. But we understand our markets very well. We understand the market of the local authorities. We have 11,000 different customers. So we understand public tendering. We understand long export contracts. The second subject is, what do we do faced with a gray rhinoceros, that huge animal that you see in a distance? You're sure that it's going to arrive, but it's still far away. So how do you respond? Do you wait for it to arrive? Do you try to anticipate its arrival? And our profession is to anticipate. The most obvious topic is the energy and environmental transition in all the dimensions of energy, be it wind power, nuclear power, the rehabilitation of schools, or a new central heating system for a hospital. So this is important. We need to anticipate. The third dimension means not being too sensitive to fluctuations that can be legitimate, fluctuations in public opinion. And I see 2 sectors in Europe that illustrate this very well. I might have a French bias, but 2 sectors that illustrate this. One is the nuclear industry. There was the Fukushima shock, and for 10 years we did nothing, or we undid things, and now we see that we mismanage this. And the second is defense. We collectively, for more than 30 years, considered that we could benefit from the dividends of peace and not arm ourselves for our defense. It's rather like someone who has a beautiful home, well designed, and for 30 years considered that it wasn't necessary to have home insurance. There would never be water damage, there would never be a fire, they would never have to use this type of tool. But the advantage of a bank like SFIL is that from the beginning we were able to act in these 2 fields. The fourth dimension, and I think this resonates with what Benoit said and what has been said on other panels, we must have the ability to generate minimum profitability. We need socioeconomic profitability for the long-term investments. And this brings us back to what the future real long interest rates will be. And in Europe, can we guarantee a sufficiently low rate for these necessary investments for the long term to be properly achieved? And I'm not entirely convinced that that is the case today. Thank you, Philippe Mies. Andrew Bailey, you have to manage the short time period also to pay for public procurement or tax credits or to pay the wages of civil servants. How do you think about the long term, and what are the big challenges that you have identified?
Well, thank you, and it's a great pleasure to be back here in Aix. I think this is a quite unique event, and it's a real pleasure to talk again. And I think Benoit is absolutely right in his remarks to highlight what I call this tension of horizons. So I'm going to start by sort of setting out 3 things, and I'll come to your question, Brigitte, which is an important one. And the 3 things I'm going to start with is, and this is all focused on economic policy. First of all, we're living in a world of much bigger shocks. Much bigger shocks are hitting our economies than had been the case, certainly prior to the financial crisis, but actually even some of the years afterwards. And the obvious cases, COVID, Ukraine, now the whole tariff issue. These are huge shocks hitting our economies, and we have to deal with those. The second thing I would highlight is that we are and have been really, for most of us, I'm not distinguishing between countries now particularly, for most of us in the last 15 years, we've been in a world of lower growth and of lower potential growth in our economies. And that's critical because, for many reasons, but it's critical for a very important reason, which is the cause of that lower growth is often lower productivity growth, and that is the direct driver of living standards. So living standards really relate directly to that, that lower growth and that lower productivity growth. That's a big challenge for us, and I'll come back to that in a minute. And then the third thing, and I'm going to sound tremendously depressing, this is why you get a central banker along, I know, but we have three big headwinds going against us. Benoit has already mentioned one of them, which is responding to the challenge of climate change. And I thought Benoit described it very well in terms of this question of the horizons and how we do it and over what time. There are two others. The second one is that we are all now living in the industrialized world in countries that have populations that are on average aging. And that's going to go on. This does not turn around. I mean, it's a very slow-moving variable in that sense. And that has a lot of implications, obviously, for labor supply. It has implications for welfare costs. This is a big issue. The third one, sadly, I'm afraid, is that the post-Cold War defense dividend, if you like, is over. We're going into reverse, sadly, on that. Now, I often say, if we had one of those headwinds going against us at any one time, we would think we'd got an issue on our hands. We've actually got three of them. Now, so to your question, Brigitte, your very good question, what do we do? And I'll come on to first what we do and then what we say. We have to go back to this question of growth, because growth is the only way, really, that we can actually get ourselves out of the sort of constraints that we all find ourselves in, that our governments are all operating in. So, frankly, raising the potential growth rate in the economy, raising productivity in the economy, where is the next so-called general purpose technology innovation going to come from? Because over history, it's those things that have generally moved the dial on growth. It looks like it's AI. So, I think we have to have policies that are obviously sensible about AI, but actually embrace it and say, how can we get productivity change out of it? And then the final thing I'll say, this question about presenting. I think there's a huge emphasis with this very important question of long-term thinking, of taking the time to explain what these issues are. I do think we live in a more polarized world. I think we live in a more polarized world of communications where people use these issues to justify positions. I think we have to take the time to say, this is what aging populations mean for our economies. This is what climate change means. This is what I'm afraid the defense dividend eroding means. This is the context. Growth is important. This is why productivity growth is important. I just don't think we do enough of it in any of our countries to really explain these issues properly. Thank you.
Merci, Andrew Bailey.
Thank you, Andrew Bailey. Jacob von Weizsäcker, as a politician, how are you acting in the short term while thinking of the long term? What are the big challenges that you have to take up, and what are the political and financial responses that you can bring? Everyone learned the fable of the La Fontaine about the ant and the cigale. So there's a debate in the long term and the short term. Everyone is aware of the situation of their own daily lives. You do your homework and then you go and party, or do you party straight away? So that's not new. It's also not new if there are many of us dealing with the problem of the clandestine passenger So we hope that maybe the others will do what we should be doing and we can just follow along, not participate and benefit. That is not new. Today, if we're talking in our session about restoring the power of long-term thinking, there are certain developments, as Andrew Bailey mentioned, and others also. So we can ask, what is the impact on the equilibrium between the long term and the short term for these developments? Firstly, there's the impact of new systemic rivalries with China, with the United States, with Trump, perhaps with Russia also, and Europe. And it can very well have consequences where the short term dominates the long term. For example, for defense, I agree, now we need to spend more in the short term for defense, and this will shift the balance towards the short term rather than the long term. At the same time, if we're in this competition of systems that we've known since the Cold War, it's a competition of systems where we want to convince our electorate that our model is better than all the other models. It's very important to succeed in the long term for this. They were here today. There's the report of Mr. Letta and Mr. Draghi. It's possible that the recommendations that are in these reports be taken more seriously, even if it takes an effort, and it will have good consequences in the long term. In the situation of competition between systems, we need to perhaps concentrate more on the long term, and we're ready to do this. We want to win the competition. So it's very ambiguous. And the recommendation from a political standpoint, which was the question that was asked, in this ambiguous situation, we need to concentrate on the aspects that can help us to invest a little bit more in the long term and to not go on for too long. There's the same aspect with technological changes. There's the social media where the short term dominates increasingly in political and private lives. There are also aspects of planning where technology can help us to become more reasonable. For example, in health, at an annual scale, planning helps us to better invest in the long term. And the question of the aging population has also been raised, and that's very interesting. In principle, if we live longer, the time that remains, the electorate gets older, and it helps the democracy in the long term. But because of the baby boomers and a certain number of other factors, it's possible that the average age of the electorate, or the median age rather, if you like, will increase faster than life expectancy. And in that case, the short term will continue to dominate. So it's a very complex and ambiguous question. And now I'm going to really conclude. There's the ambiguous nature of debt. We can use debt to avoid reforms, to push them back. But at a given point, you're going to have to run these reforms. We can also use debt so that a future comes more quickly, to make investments, for example, in public infrastructure. So it's ambiguous. And in Germany right now, we're currently using 500 billion euros on public infrastructure. This is a massive investment. So the challenge is to ensure that we can bring the future in an accelerated way rather than extending a system that no longer works. So we need to find alliances. If you want to spend 500 billion, but the state's not working well, and there are lots of bureaucratic obstacles, there are lots of obstacles, particularly in Germany, in the federal system, to really succeed. At a moment This sum will intensify, accelerate the pressure on the reforms. It doesn't slow down reform, it will accelerate it. So the political advice that I can give is, in this ambiguous situation that I've spoken about, with the electorate in political life, we really need to try to use long-term in the developments that we have now. Thank you.
So a German talking about debt, that's kind of a rare phenomenon. Let's continue with the political side of the question with you, Ignacy Niemczycki. So how do we reconcile the electoral timescale with the long term? Because politicians are reacting in function of the news of what's happening today.
Bonsoir à tous, and I'm not sure if I'm really the one that should be answering this question, given that we just lost elections in Poland. But I'll try. So first, I think if we want to regain this sense of long term, what we need, and this will not be something spectacular, we need more education. Why? Because regaining this sense of long term is really about fighting populism. If we want to fight populism, and we've been saying this all around Europe for quite some time, we need more education. But I think, unfortunately, we've failed so many times. We need more economic education, we need more civic education. The second part is, I think, we need to look at the role of the media, especially social media platforms. And I think we are all acutely aware of what has been happening for the last 15 years with social media and the decline of traditional independent media. And I truly believe this is something that we need to address. And the third pillar, and this would be my answer to your question, is that we need political commitment. And here I will make the example of the Polish presidency that has just finished a few days ago. And I think we've been quite successful with advancing European defense during Polish presidency. You might know that we negotiated a number of important European instruments that will make European defense stronger. But we had absolute focus during our presidency. Our prime minister used his political capital to deliver on that. And I don't think we're making any empty promises. So we're that serious about what we're planning to do, but we're also open to discuss any fears that citizens could have. And I think we quite often lack this political commitment and dedication, and my hope is that we can regain that, and this will to some extent heal our politics.
Merci. Thank you very much. We've got 20 minutes or so left, so I'm going to ask you to reply more briefly so that we can have time for questions and answers with the audience. I've got a question for you, Philippe Mills. You've been working with the state, with politicians, so the political timescale is not the same as institutions. Our mandates do not correspond to the long term. I'm going to give you an opportunity to explain why. Geopolitics, populism, the arrival of Trump, are all of these elements that can modify the way in which we broach the long term. Yeah, I'd like to get back to what was said earlier on by Andrew and Jacob, talking about the context in which we must act here in France and in Europe, given that the world is and will remain uncertain, violent and fragmented. We know the reasons, we've mentioned them. There's the battle between the States and China. And I don't think we've mentioned a return of the pandemics. There is illustration through war between Russia and the Ukraine of a geopolitical divide in the world, which is set to last. And there's also economic fragmentation in the Western world that Trump seems to be wishing for. So given all of this, Europe is not organized in a way to respond. It can react to a more stable context where people respect the rules. But Europe is not organized to put their heads together and devise projects. So our way of reacting is to identify how we can create more projects together by relying on the different convergences, the goals we share. As a French person, what is happening between France and Germany is more clear than it was in the past, and that's excellent news for me as a Frenchman. Secondly, I'd like us to think all together about why every time we say that politicians favour the short term. Is there some kind of motivation for politicians to favour the short term? And perhaps given the multiplication of all of these independent authorities, have we not restricted their scope? And the way in which we citizens, the way we perceive and judge politicians and what they do, and their mandates, and reducing the length of the mandates, have we made the right decisions when we've done all of these things? I'm not sure, and it's my personal opinion that I'm expressing here, that in France, when you've got the president who is the keystone of all institutions since 1902. He's in charge of the major subjects, and his mandate is shorter than that of the mayor of a town, then I don't think we're in the best possible situation. So my message has been slightly negative, so I'm going to try and finish with a glimmer of hope. Although you may find it negative all the same. The first reason for hope is that we have enemies. We have enemies. And so we can group together and be mobilized. It's good to have enemies. There are two recruitment agencies. We've got Vladimir Putin, who reminds us that the world is not all sweet and cuddly, and it's a dangerous pace, and Europe has to have strategy and autonomy. We've got Donald Trump, who reminds us that Europe must have economic sovereignty. And everybody can see these things, even those who want to be free riders. So that could possibly foster political consensus. And another reason for hope, for 17 years now I've been working on the financial markets, and very frequently I see investors, and now I am starting to see investors. A few weeks ago I saw some Korean and Japanese investors. There were two categories. There were those, this was back in April, they were shocked after President Trump's Liberation Day. They said, what on earth have we done to the man? Why does he hate us so much? We Koreans, we Japanese, we have always been pro-American in every way. And then you've got other investors, major investors, who went beyond that shock and horror, and they asked me, give us some arguments to help us change, at least in a small extent, the way we allocate our assets. So we have fewer assets in certain areas in the States and more assets in Europe. And that sends me back to what I said earlier on. If that happens, and if we organize ourselves so that can happen, then perhaps we will have the long-term leisure to do what we need to do. Thank you very much, Philippe Mills. Jean-Paul Julien, at the head of BRED, the bank. What is your take on long-term and short-term, and what's the difference between the two? Well, this is a major question, of course. First of all, I am a business. I represent a business. We need to be profitable because we have to be able to fund our development investments as we work with our clients. But as I said earlier on, bread is owned by its clients. So I don't really need to earn too much, and I don't need it to be a linear development. What I mean is that in 2023, when the central bank brutally, massively increased rates, I decided to absorb part of that shock. So I reduced the bank's net result to enable my clients to absorb a smaller part of that with less violence. So when you're at the head of a business, you have to make decisions and find the right balance. This is arbitration, which was relatively simple because in my board of directors, the basic question is, how do we take care of our clients? And when we were preparing this round table, the question I had in my mind, and I'm saying this because we've got good results at the Bread Bank, but there are good results because this is the way we think, and so it's not going to change anytime soon. Jacob van Wiesacker, what do you rely on to have a long-term strategy? Do we need independent authorities, politicians? And can we regulate the world economy when all countries have different timescales? Excellent question. And I think one way of answering this question is to say that there are situations where for the long term it's good to have very inert institutions. So if there are lots of shocks in one way or another, then that inertia guarantees that you're not going to take a predetermined path, and that can be a good thing. But inertia can also be a very negative thing. If the world changes in a fundamental manner, if there's not that phenomenon that is called mean reversion, there are processes. There's always a reversion to the mean. But if there is no return to the mean, then inertia becomes a real problem for society. I'm absolutely convinced that there are many phenomena today where inertia is problematic. And if we create independent organizations that are supposed to create inertia, well, I think we're heading down the wrong track. And to finish, I'll mention a very important idea that comes from Jean Monnet, great European. He had said that Europe is strengthened in crises. And so for him, he thought you had to exploit each crisis for the long term, to create institutional progress in the long term, to construct a Europe that is functional. And so for him, it was absolutely obvious that you have to maximize inertia, but you are in a situation where you have to exploit the short term, use the short term to create institutions that will serve Europe in the long term. And I think that's where we are right now. And Philippe mentioned many sectors and areas. The defense area, for example, which is not necessarily, didn't used to be a European subject, but now it has to become a European subject. So once again, institutions are very ambiguous, and I hope I've answered at least some aspect of your question. Andrew Bailey, same question for you. Is it possible to regulate the world economy in countries where the country's timescales are very distant and different?
Good question on regulating the world economy. First of all, I don't think anybody tries to regulate the world economy as such, but let me take one aspect of that question, and it goes back to this question about tariffs and trade. So I'm afraid that what we're seeing at the moment is a breakdown of what I would call the multilateral governance system in the world economy. Let's be honest, the whole tariff action is really going right against that. And I'm very, very much of the view that we have to get back to saying, look, if there are problems in imbalances in the world economy, first of all, we have to understand what they are. This comes back to the point about understanding long-term thinking. That's gone out of the system. There is far too little, frankly, analysis and explanation done now to explain what the issue is here. Secondly, let's say there is an issue, let's make that assumption, then we have to get back to a multilateral system of understanding those issues, frankly being able to speak truth to national power, where those issues are cutting across the interests of domestic governments, and explaining why in the longer run, and this is why the longer run is so important, that is the right thing to do, because without that, I'm afraid we're not heading towards a good situation. We're heading towards, for instance, at the moment, world tariff levels that are at their highest for over 100 years, and that is not a good place to be. And that emphasizes why we need, I think all of us are saying, we need to get back to this, having a system where long-term thinking, long-term ideas can be put forward, where things can be explained, and there are institutions that can speak truth to power, but they have to be contained. I mean, I'm a central bank governor. I have an independent responsibility, but I always say I'm not independent of the people that I serve. And I have a duty to explain myself to the people that I serve. That's absolutely critical. We'll fall down if we don't fulfill that duty.
Ignacy, in France, we have planning for the long term. Is there a Polish model for looking forward financially and politically in the long term?
And for a chance to share the Polish experience. So actually, yes, we do. We have a whole system set up. And it's a law, so whatever government comes, it has to do those midterm strategies. So we're doing this, but the issue is that whenever a new government comes, the strategy is being changed. So even though there is a mechanism for long-term planning, what happens often is that this long-term planning is changed quite so often, and this is, doesn't really make much sense. But here again, I would go to my first point about fighting populism. I mean, if we want to agree on really just a number of key things that we want to deliver, that we want to change in the next decade, I think we can. And again, the defense is a very good example of that. Yes, we were late, as many of you have said, but Europe now has taken a major step. So whoever, 80% of the political spectrum right now will agree that yes, we need to spend more on defense. So it is doable to agree on parts of this long-term strategy. In Poland, we are very polarized, but if you look through the polarization, you'll still see that on some elements we do agree, even between the political parties that hate each other. So it is doable.
Merci.
Thank you very much, all five of you. We've got 6 minutes remaining. Are there any questions in the room? Oh, I can see some hands being raised there. So wait for the microphone, please. Hello. First question is the definition of the long term. Because what is it, 10 years, 25, 60 years? And then I'd like to have your opinion on how China is developing since Xi Jinping came in 2013. With the goals he has set, including nuclear energy independency, AI and chips. They're more or less independent there. I think China has a long-term strategy with an authoritarian regime. But if you compare, you've got the Swiss model, which is one of the best for the people. The people vote directly on all kinds of subjects, but their long-term policy is favourable also. So my final question is, in your opinion, which is the best model for the long term? And are there not limits to democracy in the long term? Now, is anyone inspired by that question or that barrage of questions? Okay, no one wants to answer that one. Let's wait for another question. Don't want to answer? Shall we take several questions all at once? This is a very relevant question. The question is, in a competition between systems, an autocracy or a democracy, which one would be best to win in the long term? It's quite clear that democracy has a great advantage, whereby if things don't work, then the population will replace those who are in power by another team. And in some ways, it can be disruptive. However, in authoritarian systems, it's not the same. So there's an advantage. For example, you get the feeling that you have to follow one track. It's not very popular, but then for 30 years, 50 years, this vision, which also exists in Plato's writings, the philosophical kings who are very authoritarian, well, they can perhaps have a role to play. I believe that that's the competition between systems. Our democratic societies, which are open and social, we need to be able to demonstrate how flexible we are and how we need the long term to roll out our projects. It's much more interesting to live in a democracy rather than in an autocracy. That's a bit of a challenge. Andrew Bailey, would you like to chime in here?
We should take your China question head on. It's not a straightforward question, it seems to me, and you can answer it in a number of ways. First of all, I think there is a perfectly obviously good argument to say that China is on a long-term catching up development process. You know, sorry, is that better? I don't know what happened to that one. Let's take the China question head on. You can argue that China is on a long-term catching up, that what you might broadly call the Atlantic economies got ahead in the 19th century, and you're seeing a catching up process. There's nothing sort of surprising about that. I think the second thing you can say is, and the Chinese will agree with you if you say this up to a point, China's got a model which has effectively restricted domestic consumption for the benefit of export-led growth of our investments. There's a strong element, and it doesn't have a very large social safety net. And if you put that to the Chinese and say, that's the issue, they will say, yeah, we get it, and we know we need to correct it, but then you say, well, yes, but it hasn't actually happened, has it? And when we start talking about what are unsustainable imbalances in the world economy, and obviously there's a lot of focus on China in that respect, I think that's the heart of it, which is saying, to what extent is that development model, you know, it's obviously got the country a long way, but it's not sustainable in the long term, and that's the big question.
Philippe Mills.
Pour compléter ce que vient de dire.
Yes, to round up on what Jacob has just said, the first victim for authoritarian regimes is truth. Such a regime does not agree to analyze the situation as it is. You have to just grovel to the group or to the leader or the oligarchy. There was a modern writer, a Franco-Algerian writer, who wrote a book recently and expressed such ideas. It talks about the truth, which is the basic building brick of progress. Our Polish friend said, if you don't have education, you don't have progress. And we can also say that you've got many systems, they're all a bit imperfect, but they generate a lot of innovation. And after that, can redistribute the fruits of that innovation. So I think in the long term, there is no doubt about it in terms of China. Let's meet together in 2049. You'll have a country which is already in demographic decline. The population is shrinking and has been doing for several years. So we'll see where they are. We'll see what their performance levels are going to be like in a few years' time. Thank you, Philippe Mills. 30 seconds left just to wrap up. So I'm going to hand the floor to Benoit. So this is really the short term. First of all, I would like to say how proud I am of all of the speakers who've been talking about a subject which should have been in the philosophy exams that the French high school children have just been taking, and tying it in with what they do in the public and private spheres. Secondly, I would like to say that there's a great convergence within the panel to say that, yes, naturally we have to act in the short term because there are crises, there are all kinds of events, but you cannot act well in the short term if you don't have a long-term vision. And that takes me to my quote, which I gave at the beginning. You cannot put one foot in front of the other unless you look at the horizon. And that has been demonstrated by our panel. Third point. We've talked a lot about politicians and policies, including the most recent question. As Philip Mills has said, I believe that there is no innovation in society if it's not democratic. And those societies that are playing with the rule of law, whether they're in Europe or outside of Europe, they are taking a huge risk in terms of their economy because they are running the risk of dampening social innovation and technological innovation and economic innovation as well. Renouncing on democracy is putting your own economy at risk. And even in China, they're addressing that choice right now. Third point. There's a final subject which has rippled through all of the discussions, and that is the role of the state. The state is also there to give a long-term vision and to enable private players to have a long-term view, even during crises. We saw that during COVID. It was the state, aided by Europe, that enabled private players to continue to look towards the longer term. So that is so important. And for this, the state, and this has been said by Jakob, and I agree with Jakob, it will only work if the state has robust finance. If the state does not have robust finance, it cannot help private players to have a long-term vision. And everything that we said this evening will just not work. Thank you very much, Benoit Coeur. Thank you very much to all of the panelists for participating in this roundtable about the long term. And thank you to the audience for listening.
Bonsoir.
Good evening. Hope you can hear me okay. Good evening, everybody. So I'd like to wish you welcome to happy audience of this final session of Rencontre Économique DEX 2025. I say you're happy because I know that you came with anxiety and fear about living in an increasingly fractured and aggressive world, but in an hour you will see how we can find agreement and dialogue thanks to our guests, who I'm just going to introduce very quickly. We have Léa Pizarre, who's the president of the Aladdin Project, Bruno, I don't want to get your name wrong, Bruno Serras, who is both a boxer and has 2 masters in business law and management of sporting organizations. There's also Ayam Surur, who is a youth author, Dominique Meyer, who's a cultural entrepreneur, and of course Jean-Hervé Lorenzi, who's the president of the Le Cercle des the president of the Rencontre Économique DEX. Jean-Hervé, would you like to introduce this panel session, this final session? Well, things can be said really very simply. The Rencontre DEX 25, everyone says it's amazing, but we're saying that before the match point, and you've already introduced this, as it were, this match point as we're here. We built everything around this event around 3 words. These 3 words are rupture, violence, and peace. And behind all of this, there is a combination which is really tragic of 2 words. Rupture, disruption, which for economists, that means profound transformation, profound imbalance. That's what it means for economists. And then violence, in terms of consequences. We can't associate all the violence of the world with macroeconomic problems, but we can undoubtedly say that the expression of this violence is associated with macroeconomic challenges. And then there's of course this dream, which is the dream of the 25th session, this simple idea that we could bring just something positive, something that would bring peace in this situation. So why rupture? Why disruption? I want to speak on behalf of my brilliant colleagues in the Cercle des Économistes. It's now been half a century since there's not been a convergence of so many things coming together, including the demographic shock, which we tend to estimate, which really has a major impact, and then also the climate shock. So, of course, we've been experiencing the heat this week. And then there's the financial shock, which is to do with world debt, and in particular American debt, which is, it seems, completely out of control. And then a shock, which is to do with a technology shock. We're talking about AI. But there is this anxiety that we're all feeling. People are all feeling that this is going to replace their job. And this whole range of shocks and disruptions associated with violence and the expression of violence, which we can find everywhere. So we can think about Greenland and intergenerational violence. This is our daily life. I was listening to if you're looking at television news, you can just see that every day there's this violence going on. And so there are 2 things. What we want to do is to try and get dialogue going again, and that's what's been done thanks to the talent of the program team. We want to bring together people. It's just a beginning, but we want to expand the discussion. Politicians, we're not seeing them quite so many more, and academics tend to be enclosed in their own story, but think tanks say what they want to say. And the second thing we wanted to do is we want to identify all of the links which make it possible to break this cycle of violence. These systems to do this exist, but we're talking about the links between people. We're talking about music, literature, sport, dialogue. All of these things create links between people. And this is what perhaps might make it possible for us this evening, make a small contribution to the peace of the world. Thank you, Jean-Hervé Lorenzi. Dominic Meyer, you led the Champs-Élysées Theatre in Paris, the Vienna Opera, the Scala in Milan. Could we see that the Milan government didn't want you anymore? Yes, they didn't want foreigners anymore leading the La Scala. They had to put in place a law in order to send me packing. Yes, so they used the age limit question. And so today you have perfectly complied with the dress code for this session. And today you lead the Lausanne Chamber Orchestra. What are your solutions and your suggestions in terms of this question, breaking the cycle of violence in our societies? First of all, I know what's expected of me today, but I don't want to be too naive. I don't want to just play this role of giving the answers that are expected of me. That's not easy. Sometimes culture can play a really important role, and sometimes it doesn't work. Perhaps I could give you two examples. One example that's really very positive. It's when Daniel Baramboy created the Divine Orchestra for me with Palestinians, Israelis. This is still ongoing, but it's something of a small island. It's an exception. It had a more universalist ambition, but it remains an exception. At my level, when the conflict began in Ukraine, it was really very strange because at the time the conflict began, I was celebrating the premiere of the Queen of Spades with Valérie Gagnev, and so I needed to ask her to talk about a negotiated settlement of this, ask him to a negotiated settlement of this conflict, and he didn't do it, and he went home. And then we had a few weeks later, a concert to support Ukrainians, which raised a lot of money, and I had a naive idea, a nice little idea, and to play Rossini at the La Scala in Italy. We had the conductor, and I had two Russian singers and two Ukrainian singers with this idea that through this relationship with artists that there would be a gesture of fraternity, but these singers refused. So sometimes we have a bit of a naive idea and we think it's just going to be a little seed that might grow, and sometimes we make mistakes because we can't overcome emotions that are so strong. I think culture does have a role to play, and I think it needs to understand a number of different things. The world of culture needs to understand some things. First of all, we need to be a bit more simple. We need to be a little more humble. I think in our world there's too much arrogance. In the world of opera, there's always people that say, well, in order to get into operatic theatre, you need to be well cultured and developed, and they forget that opera was created by composers that wanted to put in place, express as many emotions as possible, and that's what makes it accessible. If you think you have to go to university for 6 years in order to have a ticket, there's just no point, because people with who say that kind of thing, they want to put themselves on a pedestal so that they are admired. But by doing that, they push people away. But I want more of an inclusive culture. There are people that do some amazing things, because culture can serve as an example in some cases. It's often in South America that we've been pioneers. There are two examples that I think are remarkable as an example from history, El Sistema, which was an orchestra created in Venezuela, which is one of the poorest countries in the world. And it was created to make it possible for children to make music and to learn how to make music together. There was no soloist and anyone could take part. And thousands of children come together to make these orchestras and chorals and choirs. I had the same experience in Vienna with this Surena. It was called Surena. Supera. And I saw a miracle. Little children coming from very poor families who were learning about how to produce something together. They were learning solidarity. The second thing they were learning was discipline, arriving on time. They practiced 4 times a week. That was for the orchestra, for the choir, for dance. They were learning a discipline. They were learning to work together in a project. I went there very often. I was in the Vienna Opera at the time, and I went to see them. And one day I took them a gift in a plastic bag. And the conductor who was leading them asked these children to guess what was in the plastic bag. These are children that have nothing. They come from very poor children. They really are not the kind of people you'd expect to do musical studies, and they kind of didn't know how to answer. But behind, at the back, there was a little girl who raised her hand, a little bit shy, and she said, well, there might be strings for our violins, she said. And it was strings. So this little girl who had nothing, in the evening she'd be perhaps on the street, but she came to practice 4 times a week to make music with other children. And she had this dream, having strings for her violin. And that's a pretty good dream, really, isn't it? Well, there's been lots of experiences like that. It might not be the big institutions that are really high profile that do this work the best, but perhaps just associations of people who just want to work with a lot of goodwill. And I think we could bring together professionals in this work. So often I had professionals from the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra in order to train these children. And this was beautiful because it was a case of really transmitting knowledge, skills and values to these children. Thank you very much. I am sure I introduced you earlier as a philosopher and a writer for youth. You were born in New York to Egyptian parents. You worked for 11 years at UNESCO, which is an institution which is seeking to reconcile or at least maintain peace between people through cultural action. Perhaps you might have some thoughts about that. And how do you see this whole thing? Well, I think you've understood the job that we've been asked to do, which is really very challenging tonight. You've heard really difficult things over the last 2 days about disruptions, about debt, about the eclipse of Europe. And our role now is to prevent you from going home and killing yourselves, so that the rencontres économiques Aix-en-Provence are not accused of terrible things. And so my job is that I work with refugees. About 20 years ago, I founded an association, not on my own, but working with a lot of other people, an association that is seeking to invent a model for integrating refugees in France. And so perhaps someone else could have told you really how things work and how to do things. Because in truth, I'm a lot less pessimistic than you are. Because now for the last 20 years, we've been welcoming people who really come from societies of violence, real societies of violence. Countries where women and little girls can't go to secondary school, where the police and armed people humiliate you every day, where there's not enough to eat, countries where 90% of people don't have enough to eat. Those are societies of violence. Those are societies that humanity cannot abide. I heard 16 times at the Lyon station that I really needed to remember to drink. I found it was a bit patronizing, as if the SNCF rail company was telling us, like my mother, to have enough to drink. You are not living in a society of violence. And I work with people who come from this type of country. They come from societies of violence, and they are considered agents of violence. They come here with a culture that's not our culture, with their traumas that may be difficult and dangerous. And they encounter an ideological clash in France, which is really very violent. People who support immigration, who think that migrants are really full of talent and they're amazing people, and we really should integrate them in France, and in fact we should welcome 10 times more people, we should open up our borders. And on the other side, the opponents who say ridiculous things that in the other direction. They promote fear, they promote hate, without really understanding anything about the real situation. In our field, it's almost impossible to have what you have here. You've came for 2.5 days to listen. People exchange ideas in this heat wave, but in the field of immigration, it's impossible to do this. It's impossible to do this in France. Ideology is so strong, it's impossible to talk about our questions. For example, for 20 years I've been working in this, but I don't know if France has a policy on migration. I don't know if what I've been doing for the last 20 years is just a complete failure. I think it probably is. But one thing I do know is that over the last 20 years we have paid no teacher to teach French, the history of France, our secular culture, music, history, sport. We have never paid people to do this. French people have volunteered to do these things. French people have, like you, have volunteered. They've come to us, to our building in Paris, and they've said, I don't know what you do here. It looks fun. Can I do something? I'm a psychoanalyst, I'm a teacher, I'm a doctor, I'm a nurse, I'm an IT developer. It's really amazing. People from all walks of life, from all professions, from all ages. And here I'm talking about citizens of Paris. We can't even have all of them to help us. We don't have enough room for all these volunteers. And then there's the businesses that you've seen here with all of their social responsibility, etc. You really need to know that the Pierre Claver Association is the first line of our statutes, our bylaws, is that it will not accept any public subsidy, because the idea was not to increase the burden of immigration, which is already heavy on the public budget, but really to try and work with people like you who are going to share a journey with these people who have been welcomed in your name in France. And so it's with French people that we wanted to work, because foreigners are not going to mix with French people if the French people don't open up to them. What are businesses doing? Well, businesses have also opened up lessons like ours in their own premises. They've taken part in recruitment campaigns for Afghan women, which have really been extraordinary. And this shows something. It shows that we can get on our own. We don't have to say at our dinners, well, what's the state doing? What's the government doing? No, we can pull up our sleeves and get going ourselves. And that's what we're doing with a lot of success. I wanted to wrap up with something which is really perhaps the greatest lesson and the greatest surprise for me. I really wasn't ever intending to do what I'm doing. Is that we've taught, we've communicated with 6,700 refugees, but each of us have learned a lot about what France is simply by sharing it. Suddenly you start to understand what France is, what you are, what you love, what you hate, what you really believe in, what you really want to hold on to, what you really want to say to a foreigner. And so these foreigners, like you were saying, have taught us a lot, not about their national folklore, but about ourselves. And that's really what I wanted to say to you tonight. Thank you. Bruno Suras, over to you. So, of course, we all are aware of the fact that we're asking a professional boxer to talk about how to break the cycle of violence, in particular since I read in an article that you are a nice guy who's been taught to be nasty. I think it's your trainer that said that about you. I perhaps need to just remind everyone of this story which has surprised the boxing world a few months ago. It was on the 14th of December in Tijuana in Mexico. You were sent really in order to get beaten against a big boxer who was #1 in the world of the super middleweight, Highway Mundwen. I think I've got that right. And you knocked him out, which had never happened in front of his own country, in front of his own people. This was the first knockout that he'd experienced in his career in front of 30,000 people. So you have been nicknamed the French Rocky, but your real nickname is Brunello. You are from Marseille. You grew up in the Belle de Mai district. You are 26 and will soon be 27. And I was saying earlier, you have 2 masters in business law and management of sporting organizations. So what is your philosophy about violence, about confrontation outside the ring? Well, today I have the really weighty task of being an ambassador for this sport. Boxing is a violent sport, and it's important to understand where violence comes from. Violence comes from emptiness and a lack of people around, a lack of recognition. And boxing is something that gives structure in order to create an identity, make it possible to have meaning, recognition, and a direction in life. Boxing makes it possible to get to know yourself better, to have self-esteem. It also gives you a kind of rigor. And that's why in penitentiary programs there's a lot of boxing, because it makes it possible for individuals on the margins of society to rebuild themselves. Whether this can be the case for young people or people who come later to the sport. People say that boxing is a violent sport. It's often practiced in poor and areas, but I've never felt safe anywhere as in a boxing ring, in a boxing gym, and even in those places. In these places, there's a real recognition between people. There's a lot of support, mutual support and help, and that's why we need to really break that image of boxing. What is boxing? Well, boxing is the domestication of violence. It's not a violent sport. It's a sport that involves control. Often people say a boxer that knows how to manage and handle his emotions, it's that boxer that's going to win. And so violence is a second issue. The goal is not to hurt your adversary, but to impose your will and your tactical expertise on the adversary. So this clash, this most spectacular aspect, the part which we see, is where we have 2 people who recognize each other because we understand what the other has been through, I know what the guy in front of me has been through. I know what happens, and so it's a direct confrontation that generates a lot of respect. So Tirana, when I was sent to Tijuana, I was outside in front of an audience who were not for me, but in the end, we are two human beings in the ring, two athletes. We know what it is to get ready for this kind of event. We know what's involved in this, so there's just respect. In 20 years of boxing, I've never seen a fight that doesn't end with the two adversaries embracing. You're 26 and you've been boxing for 20 years. Yes, I started boxing very young when I was 3, and competition not long after that. And so, just to talk outside the sporting world, it's true that boxing gives a framework to young people on the margins of society. So, for example, one of my best friends who is in a vulnerable neighborhood, and boxing has made it possible for this person to travel. He was really struggling at school, but he's become an engineer in a really successful company in the sector. So boxing for me, and sport in general, is a way of controlling ourselves, of better understanding our relationship with other people, and actually being in peace with other people. Brilliant, well done. Leah Pizar, you've worked at the White House under Bill Clinton. I was reading earlier that you are chairing the Aladdin project, which seeks to fight against extremism, violence and hatred. So you really are qualified to speak to us today.
So, Patrick Jean-Hervé, I've been here for 3 days almost. 2 observations. It's hot, and everything goes wrong everywhere. The world is a mess. So you gave us a hell of a job here, and to talk about After My Neighbor is a bit tricky, because I think you... Anyway, I'll try to add a bit to this. We're dealing with, it was said, with a violent world. You know, lost its bearings. You know, I feel anger everywhere. You know, the voters on both sides of the Atlantic, which express a lot of fear and distress. And here, with our long principles, our big diplomas, we are completely missing the zeitgeist. Something is going on. As an American and Democrat, I can tell you something I didn't see come, and my colleagues didn't see it come. We need to be, we must listen, and we must be able to decipher what goes on. So what is my business? Well, it is indeed dialogue. So how can I help people who would never come across one another, would not talk to one another, and how can I lead them to dialogue, to exchange, to overcome a priorities and preconceived ideas? How can you find a field, not for agreement, but at least to a human exchange? I thought I knew how to do it. And then came October 7th and everything that followed. And this political hell in the US, I do not recognize my country, and I'm not sure I will find it again one day. So therefore, you know, I'm not over happy. Yet, about 2 months ago, I had a declic. I was in Warsaw, in Poland. I had a meeting to talk about everything that goes wrong and what can be done. And someone said to me, I thought my blues could be detected, you know, by 1,000 miles away, but how can you how can you be so optimistic? I said, me optimistic? And then I had some kind of a flash, which could have been given by Pangloss or Mr. Jourdain. Well, if they think I'm optimistic, I'm going to be optimistic. I will fake it till I make it. So I think that we don't have a choice. Otherwise, it's, we capitulate. And if, as Ian said, we are not in a situation of distress, total distress, well, we, each and every one here, have the resources, human, external, internal resources, and duty, our duty to do something. Why am I so optimistic? Where does it come from? From my father. He was one of the youngest Auschwitz survivor from Dachau, Maganek, and despite everything he went through, everything he saw, he never lost his faith in mankind. During the Cold War, he was obsessed with the idea that we had to avoid the nuclear conflict. He pushed for dialogue and trade between East and West to to block the military menace or threat, and this is where he convinced me, and I do believe in that strongly. There is no hereditary enemy. Mankind is not doomed to fratricide or to killing fate. We are in Aix-en-Provence. Aix is not just the economy; it is also music, and under the control of Dominique, I will give you a phrase given to Claude Debussy, one of the best French composers. Yesterday's dissonances will be tomorrow's consonants. So what does it mean, in fact, in practice? How can we go from dissonance to consonance? I think the most urgent thing is to learn again to talk to one another. And we're entering an issue of semantics. We have to redefine what we mean by dialogue. I was wrong, basically. So in my mind, I'm reviewing all this. What does it mean to dialogue? Does it mean to agree on everything? About everything? Not at all. It is not possible, and it's not something we want to achieve. So I think we have to be able to dance with our people who talk, to advance, to make headway, even if you don't agree, to find midways, as just as possible. But before we talk, you have to do what you do. You have to be able to listen, because we learn things when we listen. We learn things, and it is most likely the best mark of respect. If I want you to listen to me, I have to listen to you. We have to pay attention to the other, listen to his music, read his poetry, test his cuisine, and it's very enriching. And all these things, we have to do them together. And you need a bit of bad faith to establish a dialogue. If we can, first, you have to go around the elephant. Yeah, avoid difficult topics. Start where it's easiest. Look how Europe started after the war, Second World War. They started with coal and steel, but it created a sort of virtuous circle. So we need new projects, a common project with mutual benefits, which will help us to coexist despite our differences and with our differences. And when our leaders are failing, when they go against the social contract and they fuel, disagreement, and want to, well, it is for us citizens to create a new dialogue, civilian and civic dialogue. And I do believe it can be done almost at a granular level. Each of our interaction will contribute the way we say hello, the way we thank people when we do shopping. We must see each other as players and carriers of a new social contract. We must think about the interdependency, natural interdependency that drives our society. And we have to remember our best interest, personal interest, is the general interest, because we are all in the same ship. Clearly, there is a physical dimension. We see it here. People have to meet, and we should not hide behind the technologies that isolate them, that turn them into radicals. So we must foment true human interactions in the work workplaces, in school, in churches, everywhere, you know, everywhere, in open market, in hospitals, everywhere. We need to meet and for the youth. And what I invite you to do, what I ask you all to do, is to go and meet the other. Of course, education has a key role to play, but there is one element, it seems to me, because I have a son who's 10. How do you raise a kid to be able to deal with fake news, to make difference between truth and false? You see what goes on the internet. A kid who's 10, how? Well, simply, we need to give them practical skills. My son does a lot of woodwork at school, and he learns what is, it puts him in confidence, and it gives him ability to have a critical spirit, and it's most important. In the US, put hope in culture, because I think they might not come immediately to annoy us. So, and even if we fear, there is the idea of dismantling fiscal incentives to time running out. So allow me, as an American, to teach or do a bit of a lecture. Don't fall into the trap of what goes on in the US. Trump wants to destabilize Europe. You know, it's a bluff. Please do not help him. Values have been reasserted. You talk about listening, Léa Pizarre. Bruno, you talked about respect, the notion of respect of the opponent in the ring. I am that of dignity, of refugees, and you are taken care of. And then with you, Dominique, we came back to several positions, the federal, well, the aspect of music that can be federative, that of culture, the way we can get together behind cultural works, behind creations which speak to the largest number. Léa just referred to this. Those feelings, those values mentioned by the speakers, are they sufficient to fight what is also dominant in this time? The shrinking into oneself, egoism, self-centerism, a way to worrying about just oneself without looking this notion which was mentioned a while ago, that is general interest, common good. We see forms of shrinkages or self-centering everywhere, and I think this society of violence described here comes also from a form of rejection of the other, negation of the other, and self-centering. What do you think, Dominique, possibly? I think that values that conveyed by culture are very strong, but they're not sufficient. It would be naive to think that we think that music will change the world. That's not true. Good. I think we need more than that. What was the lady was saying here? You need more. It is in ourselves we find the results. We have to mobilize. We have to create systems that make it possible from childhood to forget the little toys, to do things together. For a long time it was collective sport. Now it's a kind of a stadium, monstrous stadiums, arenas, the bad side coming out. We see with the Paris Saint-Germain winning the cup, Paris is devastated. Is it beautiful? No, it's not. It's not the victory of collective. But I do believe that these values, we have them, they're strong. Values which consist in together creating something beautiful, something which can be a propagate emotion. And this is what's so strong in culture. It is a vector of emotion. I always say to the young ones who want to to have an artistic career, you're going to do a very difficult job because you're going to be shouted at, you're going to be criticized. The audience might whistle you, whereas you'll do the best. But anyway, there is something beautiful in being you conveying emotions and associated with beauty. That's all. I do believe in that. Maybe a more possible word, Dominic Mayer. In the institutions you managed, you had successes, you were able to widen the audience, especially in the Scala de Milan. What was your recipe to do that? To open to large number? Well, it's not easy because there is a category of public who thinks that they own the site and the place. When I was a student one day, I will tell you, I used to go to the standing seats at the opera, bottom of the lodge. I didn't have no money, but I was clean. But still, you know, the person at the first row, if the bricklayers were accepted in the opera, each time I can get young people, you know, coming from unfavored categories. I'm very happy because I think about this gentleman. And then we've done a lot of things. We did special prices for families, for children. For example, after the COVID, we did a great festival, 25 shows with the orchestra, the choir, the ballet, the dance school, 25 free shows throughout Milan, not in the central part, in the peripheral district. I remember one night it was pouring rain. We went to the ballet, and in the skatering, and 30,000 people were there, and maybe 25,000 of them came to see a dance show, and it created emotion. I'm sure that we found many of them afterwards at the Scala, because, you know, the great victory we had is that eventually 1/3 of the public is under 35, and of course there is part of the public that is not happy about it because, well, the foreigner, the alien, it's not his qualification of the passport that counts. Sometimes it's the fact that he doesn't live in the same district, and you have to fight against that. I am Ciro, Leon, you talked about a form of rejection of the other, well, I was listening to my friend, the boxer here, and this phrase when you said it, which is, I never felt more safe than in a boxing room or gymnasium. Well, it's amazing to say that because you realize that the effect of brotherhood, of friendship, and of the belonging. You belong. I belong to a group, and all the different players you talked about belong to this boxing gymnasium, or we hit one another and then we kiss one another. So I would say that what annoys me here is that violence, you said it, is part of life. It is rare that we would innovate and create without violence. The question is to have a sort of containment, you know, to guide it, but we never want to block violence. You cannot stop violence, never. It's life, it's life, it's life, it's power, and it's what's possible, the consonance of tomorrow. And you know, it is possible, what's possible is violence, and you have to know how to find not the sense of dialogue, but the sense of this courage to face someone who doesn't think like you, as Lars said, to have the courage, you know, the courage to listen, to support the contradiction, to accept contradiction, and to take the risk of being transformed because your opponent, a political or ideological, is said, do not occupy some kind of a performance replay, the same stand, the same position, because that's why you're invited on TV, to be yourself. They'd be disappointed if you change your opinion. You occupy a position, you want to be the punchline that will be tweeted tomorrow because You mix authority and influence. You mix truth and influence. What's important is the clean knockout. So it takes 1 year to do that for that 1 second. So to net for a victory. Still, Bruno, you grew up in a city, you live in a city which today is a symbol of violence, urban violence, narco traffics, Marseille, with huge efforts made by the public authorities to try to contain this violence, not very successfully, unfortunately. Did you see this evolution in where you were? In La Belle de Mai or elsewhere in Marseille? Or did you see this violence, endemic violence associated with narco traffic and not only? Well, in locations where there are trains, which are often very difficult districts, we see the young kids they don't want to look at what's negative around them. So this energy that we use to do something good, positive, noble, and so sport makes it possible to create a virtuous circle around our activity. And if we look at the negative aspects of the city, we never make headways. So we are the ambassador of the other one to create a positive movement, and 1 + 1 + 1, and eventually the positive will be spread, and we make headways. So we create a direction that we position today. Léa, one word, because you mentioned earlier on the Trump administration, its politics. Is Trump and his action, do they create violence, or are they the symptoms and the result? Or are they only the expression of a society already fractured? No, they create violence. They fuel violence. They create fractures to try to be in power. And you know, this is exactly what happened on January 6, 2021. You know, it is received by a society which is completely lost its bearings, which is not intended to be violent. But it is the encountering which is very dangerous. It is it's kind of an ambient despair which makes people receptive to this form of this huge hateable discourse, which increases, which becomes more and more from decision to decision today. So, and we don't see the end of it, especially with this migrant hunt, which is quite ferocious. But everything, we all afraid. We all, we don't know what to do, because our old reactions do no longer function. They're no longer valid in a situation which, honestly, we could not have imagined in the US. So I wanted to conclude with a positive note, Zemes. We got 2 minutes left. So what can we say? A positive note for the US. Personally, since Trump has been elected, I know you're a Democrat, I am a Democrat, but I think we were asleep in terms of alternative, that the Democrats promised to society. So we must, nevertheless, we must say mea culpa to Trump. But since Trump has been elected, I've never seen such a intellectual vitality. Look at the discussions between jurists when the Supreme Court says something recently, each decree, each act, the discussion among political justice, blogs, and so on. It's amazing. So I can guarantee you that it's far more alive. I'm not saying thank you, Trump, by the way. When I see this, shame for the US, they represent everything that the founding fathers didn't want. Well, there is a renewal of political conversation and this kind of a circulation of ideas that are found, which is to the honor of the Americans. Thank you. I want to thank the speakers, because I leave the floor to Jean-Hervé Lorenzi. Maybe you want to say a word, Jean-Hervé, sorry. You stay, but you're going to say a word of conclusion, and then final thanks for the rencontre 2025. No word of conclusion, it's impossible. They're great, the four of them. So, and you, well done, good job. Yeah, I'm sure you were not there, but never the Rencontres d'Aix had a final session of that level or of that type. It's amazing. So you can really give them a round of applause of the 5, 6, but applaud everything that was in the program, to conclude the rencontre, the obligation, the endingment and the containment, the violence does exist. The problem is to contain it. To have invented that for the end of the Rencontres d'Aix, it's amazing. So, congratulations. We're looking for a positive note. It's late, so we will brief. We'll look at a positive note. It will be in the conclusion notes. The objective was to. So you have to simply listen to the few minutes and the summary of the document that you are getting. I will ask Clément Lebourg, who is the boss of programs, to join me. And I would like to indicate that since you are nice to stay so late, we'll do it in 5 minutes. The text is very well written. It was written by 2 young persons called Louis and Mathilde. Read the text tonight without falling asleep, because you'll be at home, it won't be hot, and I will simply ask you after a few minutes to accept to stay for the thanks that we'll send to the team, which in 1 year organized this event, which is quite amazing. So first, the way we did these conclusions. First, it's no longer before was used to do the final declaration by saying United Nations must do this, US must do this, Costa Rica has to associate. Well, no, it's gone. Just notes of conclusion. One method. Most interesting, and 5 comments that Clément will do. The method consists in doing amazing work. As I said, we had 35 think tanks, and the 35 think tanks, they wrote notes on the topic of violence, on all topics. And we had to absorb that first topic, and then second topic, they had, thanks to Clément, we had 80 sessions. We took notes of the 80 sessions, the 80 proposals, and we started putting that in the big mixing machine. And finally, we add some kind of text, as we do. We send text to all members of the Cercle. I can see my comrades who are laughing here and charming. and everybody replied, and therefore you got all aspects of these proposals, of these views that we can have on this theme, very complicated theme of containing violence, or to face the shock of reality, which is the topic of this year. So therefore, we issued this text that you have now, French, English, and which is quite, I said, which is of a good quality, even also because I didn't write it. Well, from this, we looked at what was common, what was the strongest aspect in terms of ruptures, the ideological confrontations between think tanks, what appeared as finally the true problems on which the world has to face. I'm saying the world because think tanks would come from all continents. And I will rapidly the list, but you see from that we worked hard. Problem of rearmament, you cleared that NATO increased its expenditures, but in fact, when we look closely, a lot of people think, oh well, we increase, we go to 5%, so and there will be head of the chief of forces will. So rearmament is an issue. So we have to find the right number. But opposition, Occident, Global South, which in fact is a new concept, the idea that Occident is in fact being blamed by several countries. We see the problems it raises, conflicts between Russia, Ukraine. Second point, then energy fracture that we know between what renewable and what is not. The discussion on AI, the technology and employment. I look at Dominique, who did a great study a few years ago. Similar topics, some say it will have a high impact, some will have a low impact. So anyway, I didn't show of the migration flows. You know well the function with flows. So how do we set problems there, and for that, the evolution of the world, of the democratic world. Then they worked hard, and we tried to find 4 ways to represent the systems which would take those differences, but putting the same sensitivities, the same of a scenario. We come up with 4 scenarios which are excessive, of course, but which forest economists have an advantage. They were all measurable. That is, we know that if there is a conflict, a generalized conflict, we know what would be the loss of growth that the world may have, the impact it may have, and so on and so forth. So we looked at 4 scenarios with all the studies that were done, and mainly difference because we talked about values, and in the final session, these were economic. So we looked at we tried to quantify everything, from everything that has been said, since for the last 3-4 months, everything was written, and the 4 scenarios are, embracement, rearmament, massive rearmament, fragmentation, total commercial trade war, and then. It was the teasing, and then the last one is appeasement, relative appeasement. So, and what will it be? And then the choice was not complicated. You had to be very stringent. So my friend Clément will tell you how you deal with the topic of relative appeasement, that is containment. The idea was to propose ways to appeasement, ideas, not to turnkey solutions. First one would be to promote a rearmament and reasonable rearmament and protectionism. with, and commit ourselves for tariffs limited to 10% and have a more position with negotiation with the US around the regulation of the Digital Market Act. That's the first way. Second would to reinvent a cooperation format that was mentioned during the first session, the first plenary session by Jean-Laurent Barrault, Hubert Vétrine, and Jean Pisani-Ferry, because the global recomposition obliges us to talk with everybody. That be the case with China, especially with the question of China. And you have to be in the way you apprehend global challenges, but this also must be treated in an infra-European manner with the model of the coalition of voluntaries as developed for the case of Ukraine. This could be developed for other topics and the development of Africa. Third way would be, of course, to start from the youth. The Cercle des Communistes has been mobilized for years for the room of youth, and it was expressed in the program with agoras and conversation with 7,000 youth. And the main problematics, socio-economic difficulties, ecology, and bien sûr, political exclusion. And one of the proposals would come out of that was done by the Women's Union, will be to organize transfers of seniors for youngers in an investment fund that could to finance and seniors and to finance housing for youth with the savings from the senior. Fourth way could be to confront democratic defiance. There is a gap between institutions and citizens, and the idea that I should put forward would be to invent new forms of participation which would be more horizontal and could be transcendent in France what exists at the European level, especially the reform of European Citizen Initiative, which could be used in France. And last way would be to extend what we try to do in the Rencontre, to innovate in the spaces of dialogue, because if political responsible are not in capability to dialogue with one another, so continue the work with the different think tanks. This great work done by the team here. So the commitment, our commitment is that think tanks have that scale up intellectually, politically, 1 step, 2, 3 levels, versus the Rencontre last year. There were 35 this year, and including Heritage Foundation, which is close to Trump. So we had all categories, all countries. It was great, but 35 we looked. We'll go to 70 next year. Don't you like that? Okay. Read the document, because it is just to say that we can have elements for appeasement. It's not easy, but in reality, if you look closely at the proposals made, they correspond to the 4 proposals, the 4 elements, which are the migration flows and so on and so forth, and dialogue, which basically, as how we talk, how we respect one another, how we do collective actions, collective programs. So I think we did our work. We've closed the 25 Rencontres d'Aix, 25th. We're happy, and now we have to cry because it will take a year to meet again. So it will take a year to meet again.
depuis 1 an
First, the Cercle des Économistes and the President, Françoise Benamou. Françoise. This will not exist without the Cercle des Économistes. Françoise. Marie Castin, who is the president, and Marie Castin, Marie, who will join us as well. We want to thank her as well, because without her, we would have any legal status. Then we go quickly. There is a partner team, because you're aware that last year there was 1 million people who were connected, 1 million people. This year we probably doubled the figure, but anyway, all this is free, so it's not free for everybody. So because they are partners, you know, keep this word partners, the gentle word of partners, and there's a partner team. C'est Hélène and his team, Hélène and the team. Chloé Léa for the youth program. Then there was a program that covered about 80 sessions. So it's amazing, because I'm an old one, but you know, even with my age, at my age, I cannot raise the age mean, because they're 25, 28, 32. I'm slightly above, but not much. So Clément, whom who talked early on. Thank you, Clément. Pauline, Mathis, Camille, Vincent, Charlotte, and Cassie. Thank you. Well, you've seen the tents, the village, the system. Well, again, I can be aware of this, and if we didn't have the partners, it'd be used. So it's called the production. So Laure, where is Laure? Laure Koum, over there, Laure. And she has a team up to the challenge, up to the cost. Anaïs, Chloé, Flore, Lorraine, Fred, Benoît, Maxime, Geoffrey, Anton, Alexandra, Sharon, Catherine and Antoine. You can imagine that we have to pay all these people. The communication and press team, which is quite remarkable, Alban, and Anne deals with all the media, Pauline and Adélie. Congratulations. All this is transparent, you know, in association, don't worry, you know. I don't cost much money because it's zero, but we need a lot of transparency in what we do. We have, in fact, a budget which is almost between 6.5 and 7 million, because our colleague Laure, you see the one who's sitting here, she spends 3 and 4 million for everything that got us here today. So trust me, so there is an administration. The administration is Laetitia Emma, who are here and are looking at this. Timekeepers. timekeeper, always someone there, Leah, who's as a panel, she says stop, stop, stop. It doesn't stop anybody, but you know, we do it for the principle. Then Yannine, Vincent, Arnaud, Mathieu, Emma, Daniel, Lucien. And then there is a amazing participation of people we called 2 days ago and who take the train because we feared that we won't be large numbers. It's Leah and Theodore who are with us as well. Congratulations. Final declaration. There is a note keeper because, as I said, we did an amazing piece of work. Mathilde, Louis, and the two who wrote the text. Louis is the big one, and Mathis is the small one. Chérine, Salomé, Pierre Marin, Julien, Imen, Chloé. All the white shirts, they're gone because they're in. Okay, so reality, they're 120. Okay, 120. And then, of course, we would like to thank the region, the AMU, Sanspoex, the Directorate, everything as well. But mainly, all those from Aix who live in Aix, who are fortunate to live in Aix, you've been able to see that what we tried to do, and we were the first step of the city of Rodas to transform the city into his city of history. We turned Aix into the history of the city of economy. They did the city of economy and social in the cinema, on terrace, in front of Sciences Po. So great, great. And I want to tell them that we're very we at the back here, there is a fresco. It happens that for physical reasons, and we could not move it. It's over there. It was done by the School of Art of Aix, and look at it's quite amazing. We had the centenary of Cézanne, and you have the first. I want to thank all the police force for the security, and you know, we receive a lot of people who are considered that we have to ensure security. And I would like to close by thanking all the service providers, because all these are a lot of people who help us on all topics, and they all organize all this. In fact, Laure, you know, doesn't keep the money for herself to distribute it, and there is a mass of service providers, people who drive us. I mean, it's great. They're great people. They're people who are from the region, and I want to collectively, because otherwise we end up at midnight. I want to thank them all in our names as well. I think Vincent. I want to add something. We applaud Gervais Lorenzi for the amazing, this amazing rencontre. I want to applaud Françoise because she applauded me. Thank you. Nothing would be possible without Françoise and the Cercle. Thank you.